And that's what I tried.
That's what I think at the end of the day. Right. You're like, I'm not gonna see you again, but like, that's literally how it was. Like I had to like frame myself up. I had to take up the entire, not the entire, but like walking. So I had to like wait 10 minutes for like a whole rush of students to go by. I was like, minutes after that. For myself now.
But still, kids see their parents make their whole
I was pretty good now that not that like in front of group presentations. It was fun because it was still small, but it's still relevant. It depends on the crowd, honestly. It depends on the situation. Like presenting, I'm always good for that. I like talking. I haven't done that so many years, but when you're, it's like that new competitive position. Like I'm not going to teach people, but now there's just people watching and just thinking. It's weird. It varies. One day people are not giving a crap.
So it's like you don't even hesitate. That's always their work.
Another years, I'm saying, what do you mean?
I said,
Yeah,
it's not gonna get. There's no way.
It was like 115 degrees in Tucson. I wanted to go out and shimmy because the lighting was
Kid tries to use it just with college.
so I had to go out like Tucson
I think I do.
Yeah.
In the video to local police department.
So like if they just like go there, it's like a brother's idea or something like that, like yeah.
Now it's like very hard to prepare myself.
Oh wow.
That's how the morning those
That's a good question.
Yeah. Like I used to work morning shift the last 6 months of my country, and for sometimes for like some races, in the middle of nowhere, it's like 20 degrees.
We really tried to develop it to a new
Too. They're like, hey, ageless patient. I'm like, someone died after my lunch. It's fun. If you ever consider it, if you're in German culture, it's fun.
Fernando?
I know she's so busy.
Oh, I am just like having the office here. Yes. Nice week. Yes, finally.
Oh, I was fun.
I'm David.
Like lift off some topics that you think of. Because I probably might have done.
How are you guys?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. It's been a busy morning so far.
Those are always tough.
Already good.
I wouldn't necessarily think uncomfortable. It's just like hard to navigate. And depending on the newsroom and the type of leadership you have, like my old station, my boss was pretty hard to sit down. Like you would expect this like a day of a person dying.
Yeah,
Why
I
don't you go talk to them? I'm like, brother,
This is my
Okay.
and then if like a week later,
I love it because like my mom used to like some really and now she knows one about
it's all about your approach. That is the whole point. Is having to reach out to people who know that they don't want to talk, but you have to. So and so, very very sorry for your loss. I just have to ask you to talk with us.
that's another
And some days I wouldn't even try, just based on that principle.
like I
And
love
so my boss, I'm like, I'm not gonna reach out. Let's do me first. I'll my job.
like I feel so proud of myself last year, but like man, like just like I mean we're not
Does it do
I don't know, like our parents were always like, listen, like okay, like this is what I think you
The
need,
one
like
reason that I saw up on
okay, cool, like you know,
I'm just like, okay, no worries.
and we're
The one creepy one, there was like a plane crash and unfortunately the pilot died. So there was like a number registered to his family. So when I called it,
Okay, I just heard
I
that.
don't know why. It was like,
fair enough.
I was like, this is really creepy.
Go there and
That's when I was like, no, it's that must seem to the and I can't.
I don't like that, but for me, like, it's great, like, it's good for instance, like, blueberry or like,
It catches you off guard. You're like, so sorry for you. Yeah, there honestly would be days like that too. Like just record on something hard, and then we'll ask like, "Hey, are you okay?" Yeah, the one here, the whole Hemp is still flooding. The day of when they were testifying, the power, they told me last minute, "Oh, hey, you have to do something on this file. You need to start watching testing."
Yeah, so okay, we're getting our first.
And then all you just see are these parents like running up there. And I'm watching deep crying. And the producer and stuff is like, "Hey man, how's it going? We're thinking this, this, and this." And I'm looking at the film here. I'm like, "You need to be." I was like, "Oh, are you okay?"
And like that's power windows and all this, okay. He's still on this.
Somebody got to take a meeting down there. I went out there. Funny enough, I was working that Friday, July 4th, and I was because I stationed like that. So I was working the morning shift, and then they started getting the announcement that this was happening. And it was out there. It was like, I didn't do the shut my down. You can't. So they sent me out that Monday, and I was just looking around, walking and taking videos, and then sure enough, like 30 minutes go by, you see the helicopters come in and take that spot. They bring them over and show me the table, and that's when you know. Constant help. And I had just started the job too, and 1.5 years ago. Yeah. All right.
If you ever want to.
I feel like I also don't speak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever want to do.
So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had the beautiful pleasure of being for the Austin, because I do want to have some down in San Antonio, Houston meetups, just get my shops together. Depends on the city meeting, on the spots here. So, people used to come here, action, I'm great out, they're pushing. So, I would have to get approval. Yeah, I'm excited about getting going.
Especially because every day they send me like 2.5 hours out, but they still expect you to take an hour break and do a story that day, and then make it back out actually. No, that's not gonna happen. And they would yell at you like, "Oh, we have to
No, you think there were these have a like we'll see him meet a lot of people in other countries. But yeah, but if I do this, yeah, great, good here. I need to set up meetings with staffers and just get to know. And these are like that they can drive. Yeah, I'm happy to be. There were a couple times where they need to do that. First one of it, and I'm learning just as much as a lot of us away. I think that's the thing, just we need to pull people in. And the date on how. One day they sent me basically to the New Mexico border. Big fire out there. I saw my she's coming. That's actually perfect. Oh, really? All right. So she's got your today. And I told them I have overtime. She's been that killing it with her brother. Always out there. Always back to the bowl at Mexico test. And you guys don't know you need to be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That was fun. Oh, really? Half of now. I've heard of these guys. These guys extra we're still like some breaking news with you. That's what you're talking about. There's one that's but it's nothing like what other stations do. Yeah. I wonder what I mean I was on cheap thing with sometimes you wonder if getting too they make it require well, I just go to the for a minute. I have a meeting in the morning, right? Yeah. I go to the office at 9 a.m. for the meeting. But I do like with the travel stuff. I've been going through some of the shirts stuff. It's great. Like the edibles, like my favorite. It's like magic in the bottom. But I still like going to small town stuff. Sure. But that's what I was thinking. So the only thing in our is that we're such a small shop. We're actually looking at this location. I'm excited to announce it's a little bit bigger. So we'll actually add. I mean, I feel like let's do it. I'm pretty psyched about that. I want to. We just might have to new shelves. Have you been to a shop here? Yeah. So just little boxes, but yeah, I want to add some more of that. I want to expand on some of those. Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna say that's why we work with the distributors.
What area of sales do you work in?
Yeah, some distributors, and this just shows me that they don't have like a gate of a quality check, you know. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's because there are people that just getting out into it. Maybe they want to they just like the idea of it and jump into things about what things or like what quality. You take these products and things it's kind of very easy.
Yeah, I know.
Any more connections to trimming? Yeah. Actually, that my next $2,000
Like 2 hours.
Like you said, like after a while, you start realizing you're like non-contributing.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's wild that I mean, of course, they go wild. Like you said, they're gonna come here and push recognition and push out and they're gonna. Oh yeah, that's what God forbid they send you back to which sounds like an idea. And everything sounds like, especially in medical, marijuana, who's playing has some part. But that maybe you post something on Sean Price too that no, we're not supposed pack up everything, find a place. That's not our business. We're not inconsiderate. You didn't realize that. You can just call it right there. No, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah, no, it's I think we're starting to pull that stigma that there's medical and recreational, and there's this all because all the people that come to us probably don't know how much they're trying to spread the word for their family, but people still consider it like this like subset that should be it's not it's one that's actually not touched by legalities near much and don't actually get people out. As far as industrial, my top recreational use, like until I know everything here in Texas, I'm dressing recreational, especially in South Carolina, like this will like as we know, they're getting people pushing the prices. The funny one is they got door knocking. I'm not trying to just come in and what can you tell me? Imagine having to do that out in the city. They did make me do that though, but so put it this way, 150 degrees, a crime was just committed, they haven't found themselves yet, so. You're knocking all this in. And then you would show the face, have you seen this guy? And they're like, I think it's we actually have a face, you can't do it. We don't turn over, take over, all about the problem. Yeah, we're trying to control people. I think that's why like in my mind like just get selfish stuff going on research I'm like I have my boundaries what's on my they don't consider them probably real sources. I'm thinking like cold oranges to make cold ones. That's where it's at. It's only if they're otherwise you're gonna keep knocking down the door and say, hey, you know, when you get closer to the ditch, it's still the elbow, that's where we turn. So like, even this part, it's not directly in the ditch, but all you just feel is like right here. Do you have one? Yeah. Would you want to get it? They have it.
So we did this 2 months ago.
Something that I found that really helps if you're thinking about a tattoo, like put it on your put it up there for 6 months. So if you still like it, then that's a good indicator that you can at least live with it.
If you have one cable, one extra cable, you can just.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually have.
Okay, you can do it.
And then you can sometimes go to the game makes a page but have every day.
So normally if you for me or then you have like a second like a line. No, in Australia no.
Okay.
And when you put it on or you know how to use it.
All right, now we're going to get started in just a little bit. Now's your opportunity to grab some of our cold brew coffee, a breakfast burrito, whatever you'd like before we get started with some of the presentation.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
We need to plug it in. And then I cut them open, like I'll push them all sides, and then I'll cut them open and they're so long. And I'm like, in my defense again, because I was having sex. Yeah, pretty good.
That's a good lesson. Hello. Hello.
Unless you
It's
want-
working. Hello there.
It's a very serious mic. Like,
Very fuzzy.
Well, I think it worked.
You guys still maybe scoot a little bit over this way. Yeah, both of you. That's good. That's good. Oh, that's fine.
Hello, hello, everybody. We're about to get started here. If you want to take your seats. Mic check seems to be working great.
Yeah. No, this one's not working. No.
We can share one.
Yeah, no, just checking. Yeah, checking this one. Because this one is not working. Does it work? Hello? Yeah, now it works, right? You can hear me now? Yeah, I'll go bring the rest of the people.
chilly, but once I got outside.
Howdy, everybody. I'm Nicholas. Thank you all for coming. I'm just going to handle some really easy, quick facility stuff. Bathrooms right through this door as we get the programming started. Please come back behind the cameras to get to the bathrooms. Not in front because these mics are going to be on and the cameras are going to be on. So behind to get into the bathrooms. There are breakfast burritos and cold brew. Help yourselves. Cool.
The music.
just other quick announcement. Parking is free on the weekends, so don't worry about feeding your meter. If you've got other people coming, all of the parking outside of the courthouse is totally open on Sundays as well. Again, bathrooms back this way. I'm Nicholas Mortellaro. This is our space, so thank you guys so much for coming, joining us here, learning more about hemp and policy and our wonderful candidates, and kind of the future of cannabis in the state of Texas.
Thanks. You got it. Yeah. Switch. Hello, everyone. My name is Alberto Earl Alcázar Green. Most people call me as Earl. Thanks for coming today. It's really important for us to see all the science behind cannabinoids, all the science in this world, so we can focus with the right regulations. So the synergy between the right people with the knowledge, the science knowledge, and all the politics, it's a keynote right now. So people need to have access to all these kind of treatments, so and the awareness of other alternatives. I'm an example of the benefits of these cannabinoids, like CBD and CBDB help me stop having seizures. I want to share this to everyone, and it can make a huge difference for many people. That things, well, I was told a long time ago that I didn't have other alternatives. I was taking 3 different anti-seizure medications, a lot of side effects. Now I've been able to get rid of 2. I just take small amount of 1. I've been almost 3 years seizure-free, so that's something I want people to be aware of. There's other options. And also not seeing cannabinoids as an alternative treatment. It's actually, I like to call it the original treatment, but it's science. It's different active compounds that bind with the CB1 and CB2 receptors. So we need to see that as a fact, a science. It's not alternative, it's actual medication that helps for different unbalanced things in our nervous system, that it's regulated by these phytocannabinoids. Now, to start our presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Mohsin Makbul, a great neurologist that has been with us today. Please give a great applause to Dr. Mohsin Makbul. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you make it smaller?
Yeah, yes.
Can you make it smaller? Just a teeny bit if possible. Yes. Okay. A little more.
30 seconds. Really quick, I'm just going to give you guys a rundown of our programming today, just so you know what's coming up. Of course, we've got Dr. Makbul starting now. Afterward, we're going to have a little lunch break with refreshments, some samples, product provided by our wonderful sponsors Peak and powered by Plants. We've got some laid-back lemonade as well for you guys to enjoy. Then I'm going to go into a scientific perspective on kind of the hemp side of things. And then finally, we're going to have our main event, the Candidate Policy Forum, where we're going to invite all of our candidates up to tell us about their platforms and answer any questions, kind of town hall style. So as we're going, if you get any questions, feel free to mark those down to ask the candidates later. Finally, 4 o'clock, 4:20, we're going to have a break outside, and you are welcome to join us as we go across the street to the Travis County Courthouse to vote. I'm going to be voting personally. Some of our candidates are going to be voting as well, so you guys are welcome to join us, actually vote with these candidates, exercise your right. Today is the only Sunday in early voting available, so we want to be sure that people are informed and then they go vote with that information in their minds. And then we'll come back here 5 o'clock for our networking happy hour. So we'll have a bunch of drinks, have a drink with your candidates, with your friends. That is open to the public, so feel free to invite anybody to that networking happy hour starting at 5. That's it.
All right, thank you. All right, so you'll be changing slides as we move on. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mohsin Makbul. I'm a neurologist, and today I'm here to talk about
my findings and the Texas Compassionate Use Program from my perspective. I'm not a legislator. I'm not about expanding or shrinking the law. I'm here just to present science of it. Next slide, please. So I have no financial disclosure. Just keep going. So I'm board certified in pediatric neurology and sleep medicine, and I have a clinic in Plano where I practice pediatric neurology and sleep medicine. And I'm also an adjunct professor in UTD where I teach neuroscience and sleep medicine. So autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder in which the symptoms have to be present in early childhood, and they have to be significant in terms of causing impairment in quality of life. And the symptoms are a social communication delay or problem with social interactions, and restrictive repetitive behaviors with or without sensory problems. So this is very much the definition of autism. So a child on the spectrum can have social difficulties with repetitive behaviors along with sensory problems. So that's a typical child with autism. So sleep in autism, that's what I get to see. By the time a child ends up in my clinic, the conventional treatments have not worked. Conventional treatments with the help of their pediatrician, which can be melatonin, Benadryl, sleeping pills, anti-anxiety medications, they haven't helped. So that's how they end up in my clinic. So what I see, although autism being so prevalent now, 1 in 31 children, and sleep problems are extremely common. 80% of children with autism have sleep problems. And as of yet, there is no FDA-approved treatment for insomnia in children or insomnia in autism. So what we see in these children is not just bedtime resistance or unwillingness to go to bed. It's inability to fall asleep, difficulty with staying asleep, sometimes waking up too early. This could be because of circadian disruption, could be sensory problems, or coexisting anxiety and ADHD. They may also have underlying undiagnosed sleep disorders such as sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, or periodic leg movements. So sleep disruption amplifies behavioral issues, learning problems, and family stress. So that's kind of the problem that we are trying to address here. So there's a therapeutic gap. So we know that autism and sleep problems in autism, they cause significant dysfunction for the child and quality of life impact, economic impact for the family. And as of yet, the only FDA-approved medication for autism is for irritability and aggression. And these are mood stabilizers called risperidone and aripiprazole. There are a bunch of medications that we use off-label that have to do with calming them down, addressing their anxiety, making them more focused. And melatonin helps children fall asleep in 50% of cases, but it doesn't really help them stay asleep. So we have medications, but not a comprehensive solution for their sleep problems. So why cannabis or cannabinoid use is on the rise, or why parents are finding it useful? It's a trifecta. It's a combined effect of 3 factors. 1, parents with children on the spectrum are well-knit. They're well-connected. So if one parent finds something working for them, they're going to put it on social media or forums, and other parents are going to try that too. Combine that with easy access or availability of hemp-based products. So a lot of parents are already trying hemp-based products and finding relief in releasing stress, help with sleep, and anxiety. And the third factor is the biological plausibility, which means we are understanding now that endocannabinoid system is linked with synaptic modulation, which means connection, the brain connection, the connection between 2 neurons, and neural development, starting from very early pregnancy where brain development is taking place. and stress regulation. It helps maintain the balance between GABA and glutamate. More glutamate means more anxiety and neuroexcitatory, and more GABA means relaxed and not so anxious state. So cannabis, it changes or helps the nervous system be more on the GABA side. And there's emerging evidence that children with autism have low cannabinoid levels, or their endocannabinoid tone is not as effective. So it's a combined effect of all three is why parents are finding it more useful. And clinical use is surpassing the research that with which we can prove point. Next slide, please. So medicinal cannabis in USA and Texas. Federally, it remains Schedule I controlled substance. And every state is doing its own thing. Many states have it legalized. Many states have it only through prescription. In some states, it's completely illegal. Texas legalized it under a law called Texas Compassionate Use Act in 2015. It was legalized for epilepsy only in 2015. In 2019, autism was added as a qualifying condition. And that's where clinicians in Texas were able to prescribe CBD with THC to their patients through a prescription program that went through Texas Compassionate Use Program. And as of this month, the number of registered physicians who are able to prescribe medicinal cannabis is 927, and number of patients is 138,000. Next slide, please. So how Texas reached to its current state of legalization of medicinal cannabis, it came through different stages. So in 2015, the program started for intractable epilepsy. Intractable epilepsy is where seizures cannot be treated with a combination of two medications, or a patient has failed two medications is where we call it intractable. That's where cannabis has the highest chance of controlling seizures. In 2019, the law expanded to include incurable neurodegenerative conditions, including autism. And in 2021, PTSD and cancer were added. And in 2025, there was a big expansion under which we added chronic pain, Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel disease, traumatic brain injury, hospice care. And right now, there's more than 10 conditions that qualify for medicinal cannabis through this program. Next slide, please. So here's the controversy. On one hand, Texas state has legalized CBD and THC for some qualifying conditions that include epilepsy, autism, etc. So these are the patients that I already see in my clinic. But if I refer to the resources that we use for medical knowledge, for example, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry clearly indicates that they advise against the use of cannabinoids in children across the board, including for autism. Up to Date is one of the most credible resources for education for physicians, where evidence-based medicine is compiled and converged. On that website, if you search treatment for autism, cannabis is listed as one of the complementary and alternative treatments. And next slide, please. One back, right there. So cannabinoids, it states we do not recommend, we do not encourage medical marijuana or cannabinoids to be used in autism. So this is Up to Date. So that's a controversy for a physician who is practicing in Texas, where state allows it, but the medical literature doesn't. Next slide, please. So Autism Science Foundation says something on the same lines, that they discourage the use of medicinal cannabis, and that includes medical marijuana. However, they do not recommend, but they say that nabilone, which is a synthetic cannabinoid, dronabinol, and cannabidiol are approved for specific indications. So that's their conservative statement as of this month. Next slide. So in 2019, when Texas made it legal for physicians to prescribe medicinal cannabis for autism, at that time, when I looked up literature, there were only 2 open-label studies. The first one was, both of them were from Israel, and both of them showed improvement. One showed improvement in sleep in 71% of children, and that also showed improvement in rage in 68%. The second study showed improvement in global functioning of these children in up to 89% of children. So these were 2 big studies at that time that had just come out. And from that point onwards, there have been some randomized controlled trials in other countries. For example, the first one from Israel from 2021, it recruited 150 patients and showed there was improved behavior in half the children compared to 21% in the placebo group. They used 20-to-1 CBD and THC ratio of cannabis oil. Second study is from Brazil, where they studied 60 children and they used CBD enriched cannabis extract. They did not share an exact ratio in the paper. The third study is from USA from 2025 that showed improvement in behavior in 67% of children, and they used Epidiolex. Epidiolex is a synthetic purified extract of CBD. So consider it a synthetic CBD. And that showed improvement in 67% of children with improved behavior. So these are the studies over the past 4 years, but starting 2019, there wasn't much. So next slide, please. So 2019 to 2022, what we have seen is that there's been increasing demand for THC amongst parents, 1. 2, there are reported improvements in sleep, irritability, and self-injury in these children. And then there are variable dosing, concentrations, and formulations available online which are hemp-based, and parents are buying and trying them. And there's no long-term data on these formulations or children, how they do after using cannabinoids for a long time. Next slide. So I'll share a couple of cases with you that were in my clinic at that time when I started prescribing it. And this patient is a 11-year-old boy, was diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and had significant anger issues, aggression, self-harm, behavioral rigidity, and weight gain from previous medications, which were FDA-approved antipsychotic medications. So when I see him, I prescribed CBD and THC gummies, 1-to-1 ratio. That was 7.5 milligrams of THC and 7.5 milligrams of CBD twice a day. And parents reported reduced aggression, reduced repetitive speech, improved cognitive flexibility, transitioning. He transitioned from special ed to mainstream education. His grades improved, and discontinuing the previous medications improved his weight gain. This patient was actually featured in a Wall Street Journal news article in 2025, June of 2025. Next patient, who was also in the same news article, is a 9-year-old boy who was very much nonverbal, had severe sleep problems. He was sleeping less than 6 hours per night, and even that sleep was fragmented, which means he would sleep for 2 hours, be up for 2 hours, and then sleep for another 4 hours. And parents had to attend to him. So imagine parents trying to get their sleep when the child would sleep in fragments. And he had head banging and scratching behavior. He had failed melatonin and costly alternative treatments that parents had tried before that. So we tried 2.5 milligrams of CBD and THC, 1-to-1 ratio. And parents reported now he's sleeping 7 hours at a stretch. And there's reduced self-injurious behavior, and his school behavior is improved. So he was also in that same news article in Wall Street Journal. Next, please. So in 2023, we decided so these 2 patients were enough signal for me to study this in a organized form. So in 2023, we presented our first 80 children who were prescribed CBD and THC. So this is a 3-month cohort of 80 kids between 3 and 17 years of age with a diagnosis of autism. And they were seen at the Texas Child Neurology Sleep Clinic. And what we saw is We recorded their ability to fall asleep and stay asleep before and after. Before is blue, and green is after. And low is hard to fall asleep and hard to stay asleep. And above, upward direction is easy to fall asleep and easy to stay asleep. So before and after. Across the board, the ability to fall asleep, stay asleep, and quality of sleep all improved. And this is a collective information from 80 children. Next slide, please. We also recorded their sensory issues, OCD and stimming behaviors, focus and attention, anxiety, and quality of life. Next slide. And everything across the board improved. Next slide. We also looked at different ratios of CBD and THC because we would give parents an ability to, or choice to pick their own product because there was not much information for me to prescribe a certain concentration. So of the parents who chose 1-to-1 ratio, green means it was effective, clinically or statistically significant. Red means it was clinically and statistically not significant. So THC only in the rightmost column, not effective across the board. 20-to-1 ratio, also not effective in our study, although there were only 3 patients in that category. The most effective formulation was 1-to-1, CBD and THC. It was green across the board. It helped with sleep metrics and also behavioral metrics. Side effect-wise, 41% of children had initial side effects, which were increased appetite, drowsiness, and worse behavior. But after the first 2 weeks, the percentage of children who had side effects reduced from 40% to 15%. So there's a bit of a transition and getting used to period after which it continues to be effective. And this was published in a poster and was presented in Child Neurology Society meeting in 2023. Next slide. So from that study, we knew that early studies show an improvement in behavior and sleep, 1. 2, most trials that were done by that time were 8 to 12 weeks or 8 to 16 weeks, something like that, so short-term trials. The main question was, what happens when you measure sleep and behavior longitudinally over a long period of time? So that answers 2 questions. 1, sustained effectiveness, and 2, safety. So in 2025, we completed a study of 18-month treatment data on 57 children. So they were given CBD and THC at various ratios, ranging from 1-to-1 to 20-to-1. And we also had a CBN prescription, 2-to-1 ratio. The dose of THC ranged from 1.25 milligrams twice a day to 10 milligrams twice a day. This is a titration schedule, which means parents are allowed to give at a very small amount for a week, and they increase on a weekly basis until they see effectiveness. And it was prescribed as a tincture or a gummy under Texas Compassionate Use Program. Next slide, please. So what we measured is outcomes and side effects. Amongst outcomes, one thing we noticed was, or recorded, was total sleep time, how much they are sleeping. And second, how they are sleeping, the quality of sleep, in terms of, next slide, falling asleep, staying asleep, quality of sleep, and the overall impact of this on child's quality of life and a parent's quality of life. How we ask these questions is on a 1 to 7 scale, where 4 means no change. Nothing changed. That's a 4. If something improved, they will go towards 3, 2, or 1. If something got worse, they'll go from 4 to 5, 6, or 7. So these were questionnaires that were filled out by parents in the beginning, comparing the beginning with end of 18 months. And side effects, we noticed initial and persistent side effects. Next slide, please. So here's what we found after 18 months of consistent treatment on children who had sleep problems. So if you look at all the children, every child slept 1 extra hour per night. It's a population trend. But if you only look at children who were sleeping less than 6 hours, they were sleeping at least 1 hour and 45 minutes more. So in all the children, 50% of children were sleeping more than 1 hour. And 1/3 of children were sleeping more than 2 hours. But if you look at children who were sleeping less than 6 hours at the beginning, 2/3 were sleeping more than an hour, and half the children were sleeping more than 2 hours. This is nightly sleep. So they're sleeping more at night. As neurologists, we know that brain develops in sleep. One of the functions of sleep is brain development and memory consolidation. By just extending their sleep, you're paving a path for their brain to develop more typically. Insomnia, which is difficulty falling asleep. 73% improved difficulty falling asleep, and 76% of children improved their ability to stay asleep. Next, please. Quality of sleep was improved in 71% of children across the board, and 78% in children who were sleeping less than 6 hours. Next. Quality of life for a child improved in 88% of children, and quality of life for parents improved in 89% of them. We also looked at some behavioral metrics, and most improvement was seen in sensory problems, 84%. Second was repetitive behaviors and the need for sameness, improved in 80% of children. This was followed by focus and attention, improved in 67%, and anxiety and OCD improved in 65% of children. Next. Common side effects, 11% of children reported GI symptoms, which is stomach ache, feeling discomfort in the stomach, especially when they take an empty stomach. But these were only initial side effects, which means in 2 weeks, these side effects were gone. Appetite change was the second most common side effect, which is increased appetite, but in some children, there's reduced appetite. So it was a hit or miss. Sedation, irritability were second most common, and the least common were sleep disturbance and rash. Next. So in conclusion, children were sleeping longer, they were sleeping better, and their quality of life improved. And one more. Side effects were seen in 50% of children initially, and this could be anything. This could be a child saying, I don't feel okay, or if the child is nonverbal, parents saying, my child looks a little different. But that lasted 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, child was back to the normal self. So there was an induction period that lasted about 2 weeks. Next. Yeah, these findings were reported at the World Sleep Congress in 2025. Next. So what we still do not know is, one, we don't have any biomarkers. We don't have actigraphy data. Actigraphy is when you put a watch on a child and you see their activity level during the day and at night, how they're sleeping actually. Because these are parents' reports that can be biased because they don't watch the child sleep all night. And sleep study, we do not have EEG data. We don't see or know how the EEG or sleep architecture changes, how different stages of sleep are affected. We don't know that. And then EEG, we don't know how EEG changes during the daytime, how different formulations of CBD and THC changes EEG forms and waveforms, because there is a trend of an EEG form that you can see in a child who has anxiety or depression or ADHD. You can see that. It will be great if we are able to see those changes on EEG. It'll be a good biomarker. Then optimal CBD and THC ratio, we don't know that. Maybe that ratio has to be driven by a biomarker, which means you check the child's blood or their system in a way to see which endocannabinoid is deficient, and based on that you make a tailored or custom-made cannabis product just for them. It is possible, and it's actually being done in California. Development window effect, we don't know which age group is more susceptible or more likely to have a beneficial effect. And long-term developmental impact, we are not aware of that. And the comparative effects of THC compared with melatonin or compared with behavioral therapy, that's a study that should be done to prove the point, to prove that it's effective more than the medications or something natural as melatonin. Future directions, I think there should be a multi-site longitudinal study, like a longitudinal registry, so we can keep track of these children, what's changing, what's happening, how long they continue to respond to it. And then biomarkers such as quantitative EEG, actigraphy, and sleep study should be incorporated in that long-term study. Texas-specific public health funding needs to fund some studies at a state level because we are one of the very few states where the products are very strictly controlled in a sense of the ratios and the quality of the product. And a mechanistic study on endocannabinoids in which we are able to check a child's endocannabinoid tone to either study them in that way or design products just for them. That's the next stage. I thank my patients and their parents for their help in collecting all this data, and my students, Dia, Isabella, and Taha, and Donnie, my medical assistant who's single-handedly dealing with all the patients, and Dr. Goldstein, who is my mentor in medicinal cannabis. Next. And I thank you for your attention. I will take any questions if you have one now, otherwise we're going to have a Q&A session at the end too, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Makbul. Appreciate all the knowledge that you share, all the research that you've been doing, and all the people you've been helping. Is there any doubt? Anyone want to have any questions to Dr. Makbul?
Yeah, I have a question. So, I have a specific case. Thank you. I have a specific case. I have a 6-year-old nonverbal, but he was first diagnosed with West syndrome. And in the beginning, neurologists did recommend valproic acid to control the seizures, right? So it was controlling to one point. Then we found out on CBD, we switched to CBD. He has been 3 years seizures free. His liver is not compromised, but still he is nonverbal. To this point, I have been treating him with full spectrum CBD and a product by Earl CBDV, which allows him to be more focused and energized during the morning. I was wondering, because I was a bit afraid of the THC included in. Now I'm listening to you that in some cases there is a ratio, even though it's not for everyone, but would it be safe for him or for any child to consume THC on a minor dose combined with CBD?
I see. So it's a loaded question. West syndrome, for the listeners, West syndrome is a combination of a type of epilepsy along with a specific type of EEG change, along with a combination of developmental delay. It's a triad of three things, right? And probably diagnosed very young.
Yeah,
6
less
months,
than a year, about
right?
6 to 8 months.
Yes, that's when it's diagnosed generally. It incorporates infantile spasms, very specific type of seizures, right? Those flexor spasms like that. Depakote is an okay medication. Vigabatrin, more effective. Steroids, even more for a month, etc. But your question is about THC now.
Yeah.
CBD and THC, they do have a role in symptomatic care for any child with neurodevelopmental diagnosis, and that indication has to be either behavioral or sleep-related. If it's more sleep-related, I haven't gathered more history from you, but just to tell you, if it's more sleep-related, then we have to see if a change needs to be made in CBD to CBN transition, because CBN has shown to help with sleep stages and stability of sleep without adding any THC. And if during daytime, if CBD is helping with behavior, that's perfect. We don't need to add THC to it. The reason to add THC would be if there are issues, such as focus, attention, sensory problems, behavioral problems, aggression. That's where THC really helps. Even a very small amount, 1.25 milligrams twice a day, along with the CBD that he's already receiving, may go a very long way because of the entourage effect. When CBD and THC are introduced together, their effect is potentiated. But it has to be justified clinically, meaning he has to have enough significant clinical symptoms at the clinic at the time of presentation for anyone to consider THC for him. And if you are to add THC, then we have to go through the, I'm supposed to say that, we have to go through the Texas State Compassionate Use Program, right? So although I do have patients from out of state who buy their own THC online, hemp-based, obviously, and they dose it very minimally, and they're getting benefits. I just get to see them for other reasons because I see kids for sleep problems. They come in for sleep apnea treatment, and I get to find out they're taking 60 milligrams of THC twice a day. So that's where I tell them that you need to lower it down because there's a possibility of needing more, developing tolerance. The idea is to find the lowest possible dose. So I'll be happy to speak with you at the end and see if there's any indication to add THC to it.
Sure. Just one more question.
Yes.
So for the general public, has any studies shown that THC will help him develop language skills?
No,
Not yet.
not yet.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Thank Dr. Mapu.
Sure.
Any other question from the audience?
I have one question. When you were talking about those first two cases, and also the 80 children who were part of your study, was there any hesitancy from parents when there was prescribed THC? And what was the language or what was the process that you were telling parents if they had any hesitancy and you were giving the child THC?
I think the first hesitancy that I had to face was my own, because I wasn't taught about THC or CBD as a medicine in medical school or during my training. In medical school, THC is taught as one of the illegal and illicit substances that needs to be detected in the urine and be made sense of if patient showed up with an altered mental status. That is pretty much it. And so when in 2019 it became legal and I started educating myself, that's where I connected with Dr. Goldstein, and I asked her directly that I read her book, but I had to still call her and ask her, has she any experience in autism? And she did. And I was just doing my homework when one of the parents actually came to the clinic and demanded me to prescribe THC for them because it was legal in Texas at the time. So that was the beginning of me starting to prescribe. And that led to patients like the two cases that I shared with you. Now, back to your question, the hesitancy. Yes, because every parent, when I see them, most of them are millennials parents. Some of them are Gen X. Some of them, actually most of them, have a bit of a skewed relationship with CBD and THC. In a sense, they look at it as something illegal. 1, 2, something addicting. And 3, something which is shunned at a societal level, so there's stigma around it. 4, it's not covered by insurance, they have to pay cash. 5, they won't be able to travel with it on a plane, right? Although it's legal in Texas, but federally it's still Schedule 1, and FAA and TSA are not gonna let you take it on a plane. So if a parent passes all 5, is the one who gets to go for it. And where I am situated, practice-wise, most of my patients are immigrants who travel back home and back and forth. That sometimes becomes a deal breaker for them because they can't stop treatment for a month and then come back and resume treatment. Doesn't make sense to them. So they're the ones who are more likely to go for Prozac and Zoloft or risperidone rather than THC. But if a parent passes all 5 checkpoints, is the one who is more likely to say yes, but they do ask a lot of questions, such as, is there addiction? So I have to tell them there is no addiction. There might be dependence. At that point, I give them an example of diabetes. So in diabetes, if you're not making enough insulin, you have to take insulin. That's why it's called insulin-dependent diabetes. So there might be a time period of dependence of THC, which means you take THC, CBD and THC, things work great. But in the future, my attempt would be to take them off it. They don't have to be on it perpetually because child's brain is still developing. If we leave the child's anxiety, depression, sleep problems untreated, their brains are going to develop under the environment of anxiety, depression, and sleep disturbance. But if you normalize situation for a few months, couple years, 2-3 years, and try to wean off THC, you have a fair chance of doing that. So that's the usual conversation that I have with parents. They all have different relationship with it, and they take it in with different levels of tolerance. So on one hand, there's a parent who has done their research. They actually come and that's their hello. Hi, I'm here for CBD and THC. That's job done for me. It's easy for me to prescribe that. On the other hand, it's a parent who brought a child who just got diagnosed with ADHD, autism. And they're still trying to understand what autism is. And on top of that, if I open this discussion, they get overwhelmed. So my first attempt is to educate them about autism first, get them started with therapy. And when they come back for a follow-up is when I discuss with them this. And that is not to put every child with a diagnosis on CBD and THC. It's a symptomatic treatment for now, just like any other treatment. If a child with the spectrum, on the spectrum, doesn't have sleep problems, you don't need to start anything. If they don't have any behavioral problems, they don't need it. If they're focusing okay in the classroom, not disrupting the classroom, not being diagnosed with ADHD, there's no need for ADHD medication. So care in autism is very symptomatic because it's a spectrum. A child can be on one side of the spectrum or the other, right? But the discussion with parents is very interesting, and it's variable depending on the level of education and acceptability for the parent. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Makbul.
Yes.
Any other question from the audience? Please.
Studies going on. More studies going on now. Where are you in studies?
Not too far because federally it's restricted. So you can't really get an NIH funding. Everything that I did was on our own time and my students' time. Nothing is funded. So there should be studies. So being in USA, we cannot study it that way. But being in Texas, I'm prescribing under the state law. I get to make my observations and share with you like I am today. Technically not a study, it's an observational report. Study is where you enroll patients and you put half the patients on medicine and half the patients on olive oil and you do a randomized controlled trial. That's a study. In USA, it is not happening. In other countries, yes. Israel, Brazil, Turkey, Denmark are far ahead of us in this field. We're still struggling with hemp, cannabis, this and that, so. Sure. Yes,
That's
Nick?
another doubt over there.
How do you think Schedule 3 announcement from the current White House might change that? I understand that the FDA now, under the Health and Human Services Secretary, is considering hemp-derived CBD to be covered under Medicare and Medicaid in a pilot program.
Yes, I think that will be very good for the science of CBD and THC. Many countries actually follow our rules and regulations strictly. There will be a downstream effect globally because of this one act, this one change. If we fund a study federally and we run that study and that proves a point that it's beneficial, it helps with A, B, and C, and under the guidance of a physician and with strict dosing regimen and concentrations, it's okay. I think it'll cast more like a chain reaction globally in terms of helping those families and children who don't have any other option or any FDA-approved medication for these symptoms.
And how about access? If it is actually, this medicine is covered by their insurance carriers, Medicare, Medicaid, does that sometimes represent a treatment obstacle for your patients?
I have to say that's the case for majority of patients because majority of people and patients have either government-funded insurance and even commercial insurances, they follow the government insurance policies. So once that changes, there's going to be a trickle-down effect on every patient, whether they are on federally funded insurance or a private insurance, it'll help them. And yes, it is a factor for many patients. Although with Texas Compassionate Use, the monthly amount they have to pay is under $100, but for some families, that's a lot of money.
And that's not subsidized whatsoever by their healthcare.
Not at all. Not even HSA or FSA, not even that. It's just pure cash.
Thank you. Any other question?
I have a question. So currently, if you get a new child patient in and they meet the symptoms to suggest THC as a prescription, is that your first suggestion for them, or do you go through other methods?
I think they try to ask me this question in different ways, my patients. They say, what if it's your child, like that, right? But I keep it very scientifically and clinically neutral. I tell them what the conventional treatments are. There's this Prozac, Zoloft, Lexapro, Risperidone, Abilify, all these medications with their side effects. I explain it to them. And then I have a 5-minute conversation about CBD and THC. And I've kind of learned to explain it to parents depending on where they're from or what their knowledge is about. So I asked them a couple of questions about, okay, what do you know about cannabis? And where I'm from, Plano, that area is a lot of people from where I'm from, India, Pakistan. And in India, in Pakistan, it has a different name. And it's culturally okay in India to take it. Like in Holi, which is a festival, before that, there's a drink, it's called bhang. That's THC. When I make that connection, it occurs to them, oh, we didn't realize that. Or in Ayurveda, which is the traditional Indian medicine, goes back 3,500 years, it's mentioned as one of the 5 sacred plants. And I mentioned that to them, and they get blown away. And same is true for ancient Chinese medicine, which is 4,000 years old, 3,500 to 4,000 years old book. Cannabis plant is all written benefits and all that. As a family is Muslim, and they asked me about, what about, it being an intoxicating substance? Can we give it to our child? So there is a clause in Islam which says, if it's going to help your child or person as a disease, the cure for a disease, or treatment for a disease, it's okay. Plus, it's not addicting. I have to explain it to them in many ways. It's not addicting. It's actually being used to treat addiction with opiates, right? So it's the opposite of addiction. And I also educate them about habituation. That yes, there's a chance the child might get, used to it, may start to want it. We need to be mindful about that by keeping an expiration date in mind, which I start with 2 years. In 2 years, during a summer break, we'll try to wean it off very gradually. Maybe change it with a fruit gummy or a multivitamin gummy, right? So there has to be an end in mind. That's their very common question. How long do we have to give it to them? So I start with 2 years, and we'll see from there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Dr. Makbul.
Sure.
Please another applause to Dr. Makbul.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next, we're going to have the next talk in 10 minutes. We're going to have a small break. But just to let you know, the next talk is going to be about the difference between natural cannabinoids and synthetic cannabinoids. So we can have a real view and the different compounds, the benefits, and all the stigma that there is between synthetic, synthesis, converted cannabinoids, and natural ones. Thank you. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
And in the break, if we got 3 candidates, I think, so far in the House right now. If you're one of the candidates for office, please raise your hand. Check these guys out. Come say hi to them. We've got 4 now. Excellent. Thank you guys for running. Please, in our break here, introduce yourselves to them. Introduce yourselves to these voters. And we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Cheers, guys.
Hey Nick, question for you, man.
what answer to that point is that one, no one can get funding studying CBD THC unless contracted. Two, it's not keeping from the physician or a physician group something that has not been done before, like I think I'll cover that. I know some CPS want to however, where the funding comes from, you might have some red chips. However, Texas State has 4 dispensaries right now under TPA system. So they can't later go and change it. That does. Sure. So that's ridiculous. And start the TCUP program, Texas State expanded from 2 to 20.
So for example, when we do our happy hour tonight, you can say, all right, we're going to put in our price. And then it'll like, hey, how you doing? You tell me what you want. So the amount is right. And so you write
People are moving in. Oh, and they have to go to this. I need to do all fiscal, you know, you have to services. Right, and expanding. My business is about 6 months. Yeah, they're like, yeah, they have a lot of money. They don't have to part of it, run a study where you go and say, that's it. So I think my study got rejected from American Academy. Autism Development of Delay. They said you have control. I said, you need control. Every child is their own control. Every parent is reporting. They were before, now they're not. That's your opinion. That way what you can do now. Today, I'm looking at excuses for yes, nobody. Why would you give a child who's suffering something when they're saying like
just Right, like they had us right at the end of a 3-day bender, and that was, All
40%. Clean power is
That's how I know, like, I'm not right in public health. I don't like it. I hate it. I hate that. I hate observational, experimental, longitudinal. I'm like, I'm more human interaction. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, yeah. What changes?
But when the number is 300, then you have to draw these numbers.
You know, people like, what are the outliers? I'm like, here, I'm like, no. So I'm excited here. That's it. Like, that's more powerful than the number.
Ask each parent, okay, tell me 3 ways in which you can change it. Let me see for 30 seconds. And all will be compressed in 5 minutes.
I went as a public health
which one are you?
This one. Hello, it's this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here in just a moment. To remind you guys, I am Nicholas Mortellaro, owner here at Leaf and Legends, and you guys are sitting in the Botanic Bliss Lounge, which is our speakeasy in the back. We do all kinds of events like this, everything from candidate forums to birthdays, political fundraisers. So if you got an event, you got friends and family, you want to host something cool, innovative, reach out to my lovely wife, Anna, who coordinates all that stuff. Raise your hand, Anna. Yep, that's you. You know. There you are. All right, it is 2:30, and I love to be on time, so we are going to get started here. Please welcome to the stage Stephanie Bauer for House District 37, Brandon Hawbaker for U.S. House 10th, and our lovely moderator and my good friend Sean Salvaje, who has been leading the cannabis charge and activism here in Texas for a good long while. Please give them a round of applause and welcome them to the stage. You can take my spot, Sean. Of course. And just start giving them some intros.
Hello. I'm very excited to sit down with you guys. Politicians are some of my favorite people. I'm not a stand-up comedian, and I promise I'll go easy. This is a non-partisan, bipartisan event, and what we're really interested in is having an engaging conversation, learning more about you, your respective positions, and then I think I'm going to prep you ahead of time. One of the questions is going to be, how can we do better working together? But first, let's start with you. I actually listen to podcasts. You're also a veteran, right? Yes? No, I'm sorry, Brandon, I confused you for a second. Brandon, tell me more about you and what inspired you to run for the office that you're running for. And in 3 to 5 minutes, the gist of your platform and what matters most to you.
Yeah, I'll stand up. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Brandon Hawbaker. I'm running for Congressional District 10, and it's interesting you said what inspired you to run. It's actually the reason I ran is because I was actually inspired to run. I was praying. I saw a lot of my coworkers losing their jobs, and I was like, gosh, something's wrong. I mean, these were high-skilled people losing their jobs, and it's across a lot of different companies, and I'm like, something's wrong. So I prayed about it, and I asked Jesus Christ, what is it that I should do? And I did feel inspired, to run. I feel like there's something that's a calling for me to do this, and so I began to research and learn about it some more, and I got to talk with a lot of people, and everyone I talk to, I write down what their actual issues are, and I've went all the way across all north of Houston, all the different districts, and I hear a lot of issues that aren't even talked about on the national stage, and I think with my skills as a software engineer, I can build all these online tools to make it possible for people to submit, all of their ideas, concerns, programmatically, and then objectively look at the priority, of the exact issues that people care about, and then build, committees of people in our district to actually solve these problems. So I don't. Even though I have a lot of great ideas, I never want to assume that I have the best ideas. I assume that as I talk with other people, when you have 1,000 ideas, the top ideas are gonna come to the top. So I've already started to see ideas. Like for example, north of Houston, there are a lot of water concerns of pulling water out of the aquifers. But as I was thinking about it, I was thinking, I wonder, we have a lot of rain around here. Maybe there's something we can do. And I'm like, well. I talked to this other guy, he's like, you know what, they have these cisterns that you could do. They're like these big, large cisterns that collect rainwater. And I was like, wow, maybe that could be a real solution, for the people. So that's just an example of how as you pray about solutions, as you work together, as you collaborate, you could kind of build a team of a lot of people with a lot of different skill sets together. And as a team, you can find the right solutions for everything. So that's one of the reasons I'm running. I also feel like there's a lot of things going the wrong direction. Like a lot of times, we got AI taking away people's jobs, or robotics taking away people's jobs. And I was talking to Ash just a little bit ago about how, the cost of living is so high, but if we bring down the cost of living by replacing the Federal Reserve System, bringing back a robust currency, for example, we can actually, make it so you don't even need high-paying jobs anymore because the cost of living is so low. If you produce your own water, your own food, your own power, and your property taxes are so low, you really don't need a high-paying job. You can do what you enjoy, So there's a lot of ideas, and I'm just so glad to be able to visit with you here this day, and I'm grateful for all that I'm learning too. I'm taking lots of notes. So thank you so much for your time, and if you are able to vote for me, definitely please vote for Brandon Hawbaker. Thank you so much.
And actually, I think we'll have you stand there, and because I wasn't sure what the microphone situation was. You do have a mic over there.
Yeah, just.
Okay, so go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead and sit down. And then otherwise, I thought if we only had one mic, I'd just both have you right up here. Is it good?
Test.
There we go. Otherwise, I was just going to ask you questions and have each of you have your own time. But I like a conversation a lot better. So let's open it up to a conversation. Can each of you, are y'all on different primary tickets is what I'm imagining?
Yes.
Okay.
And also different levels. We have federal and I am at the state.
Okay, so we have federal and at the state. And then tell me, because we just had Brandon introduce himself, I would love to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. And then my follow-up question for both of you, and you can go ahead and tack this on if you want, is going to be, tell me the position that you're running for and why it's important in general, so that way people can really understand how this all comes together.
Okay, great. I'm going to try and remember all that. If I leave anything out, please go ahead and remind me.
Don't worry. And I promise I won't interject like I do with Charles Perry.
Oh, don't worry. Nobody likes him anyways.
Yes, amen. Something we can all agree on.
Right.
It's okay if you don't, and you don't have to say it.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Stephanie Bauer, and I am running for House District 37, which is the most southern district. Well, no, it's right next to the most southern district. We kind of share overlapping lines. You know, that great gerrymandering. It's great. It is at Cameron County and Willacy County. It's known as the Valley, Puro 956. If you know, you know. I'm a proud Valleyite. I'm getting my PhD in public health policy. And so formerly I spent 13 years in the classroom. I was a high school teacher. And when I started to see education policy becoming more of hoops to jump than serving my students, I started to ask the question, why? Why would somebody create a law that's not serving my student? And so I was actually offered a research position, and I had to make the difficult decision to leave my teaching job because I loved my students and I loved being an advocate for them, but I felt that my purpose was to figure out how I can change the system. And so I did a fellowship in Washington, D.C., and I figured, you know what? Education cannot be directly impacted immediately at the federal level. And I was always an advocate of my local, and you can be very impactful at the local level. And I always encourage people, start local because it's so much faster. But as one individual, I was going to school board meeting after school board meeting, it's exhausting. But then I was approached to do a fellowship at the state capitol, and my mind was just blown to see how powerful you can be to not just impact the youth right now, but in the future. And a lot of it comes from just simple education. And so I'm very interested in why would we want to prohibit something when we can regulate it? Because at the end of the day, people are going to behave in a manner that serves them. But if we're not educating them of the perceived risk or threat of that behavior, we're not doing it any justice. And so that's why after working in the legislative session and seeing my opponents and being like, they don't have the qualities in which a strong leader should have, that's when I realized I need to do the work that maybe many people don't have the privilege of doing.
I appreciate that answer so much. And then Brandon, tell us what about the seat that you're running for is important to the people?
So a lot of the people I talk to, you know, they're concerned about immigration, they're concerned about the housing costs, the cost of living. They're also concerned about water, like I brought up earlier. But they don't like, you know, this two-tier justice system. They want to see people held accountable. Like if somebody commits a crime, they want them to be held accountable. They want to be free to do what they want on their own land. To shoot guns if they want. If they want to use products, right? So it's kind of, they want freedom, you know? And so, and that's what I want to do for them. I want to bring them back freedom. I want to give them back control of their lives, control of their families, their lands, their water, their jobs, everything. I want them to be back in their hands so they have the power to choose what they want for their lives. And so if there's anything that I could do to help them, you know, I'm going to fight for them. And I will definitely listen to everything they have to say. And that's one of the things that I do more than anything else is I just sit there and listen. And if I were to be elected, I'd basically, you know, I'd flip the tables. I'd go sit down and have them come up and just in a line and just tell me over and over and over again, person by person, what they want to see, because we need to have representatives that actually care about the people and represent the people.
I think that's a great segue into the next question. And so we'll start with that one that I prefaced earlier so we don't get too far away. I love that you're both on a separate ticket and that Nick and cannabis and hemp is the kind of space where we can bring folks together to have a nuanced conversation. As you were both speaking, even though you might politically have differences, you're both very passionate about the community and on that grassroots level, helping the people that you serve. I am curious how you would help to facilitate conversations across the aisle. And if you can, maybe it's a little too much Bravo, maybe I've watched too much. What's one thing that you can appreciate about the other side of the aisle, and one thing that's often misunderstood about the other side, about your side of the aisle? So that way we can kind of see where the common ground is, and then how do you plan to work with that? Run with it wherever you go.
So one of the things that I really appreciate across the aisle is that, I am running on the Democratic ticket. I do believe that everybody has the common goal of safety. At the end of the day, we all want to have our basic needs met, and one of those is being safe. But I do think that the biggest misconception is that as Democrats, we're brainwashing them. If we introduce a certain behavior to try to teach them, we're encouraging. And that's not the case. The case is that we want safety, and in order to ensure safety, we have to teach them the refusal skills, the avoidance skills to not practice that dangerous behavior. And so at the end of the day, we need to have the conversation of what is the evidence-based method of keeping people safe?
Yeah, so, along with safety, I do agree that everyone wants to feel safe and secure, and they don't want to be threatened or afraid of anything, and I don't want them to feel that way either. There's actually another candidate in the race. He's a Democrat. His name's Bernie. He came to me, and we got talking, and he's got some good ideas. So, and that's the thing, good ideas don't have a party, right? So, and I think good idea can come from anyone, from anywhere, from any party. And so I think part of having those conversations is being open and willing to understand that a good idea can come out anywhere. His particular idea he brought up was the idea of national credit, right? The idea that you could bypass the entire banking system and borrow money directly, right? And there's some potential applications there I thought were very interesting. It's a very unique idea that I hadn't heard before. And that's the kind of ideas that come from those conversations. The other thing that comes to mind with that question was what happened with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was somebody I always respected because he was willing to have honest conversations with everyone, regardless of party. And when he was killed, it was kind of like a stark reminder to me that we should never, ever give up on having conversations. That no matter how much there's a disagreement, no matter how much people see things differently, we can value those different perspectives and see things the way other people see them and find value in those perspectives. And also find solutions. Like, I don't want to find compromise to ideals. I want to find win-wins for everyone. So.
Nice.
All right, now the big question in the room. You're in a space with a lot of cannabis and hemp operators. They have been through the ringer, I would say, over the last several years, but especially since November 2024, when Dan Patrick, Charles Perry, and friends, Ken Paxton, all kind of conspired to make this a core issue in the legislative session, despite hemp and cannabis not being a true emergency issue, public health issue. The folks in the audience would love to know, how are y'all going to be different? Because on both sides of the aisle, there are a lot of strong allies, and then there are a lot of folks who just think it's a brush-off issue. Tell me how it's different for you.
Yeah, sure. So I do want to bring attention, you did mention Dan Patrick and friends. Let's be very clear. Health education used to be a graduation requirement, but someone named Dan Patrick, I don't know, Donna Campbell, Charles Perry, we're specifically responsible for taking that out of a graduation requirement. So if we really cared about our children's safety, we would want to make sure that we had the education to support those skills to avoid and refuse. So it's not about the kids' safety, it's about the stigma that this is something that is tainted or something that is dirty. And we need to move forward. We need to try to find the science behind it and say, hey, you know, this is what it could help for. You know, it helps our elderly. It helps our veterans. So we need to come and have those conversations, but also going back to my background of being an educator, not just educating the kids, but if we educated the parents to have meaningful conversations with their children the way that we're supposed to with alcohol and tobacco and say, these are adult products. This is what it can do when you mishandle or misuse this product as a child. Having those evidence-based policies to say, at what age should we say is buying okay? What kind of preventative skills are we encompassing for our youth and our parents? In my research, a lot of the times, schools do not have this capability because they're not fully funded. So it's a systemic problem. It goes around and around and around. You want to complain about our kids' safety, but you're not going to teach them to be safe because you're not going to fully fund the schools. So when we're talking about looking at how am I going to be different, I'm looking at the root of the problem. So to prevent the downstream effects. If we want to provide a better quality of life, what are the issues? How do we prevent it? Because preventative care is health care.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, preventative care is kind of the root of a lot of issues. And also, the education is actually another root of the thing, because if you know what's healthy for you, then you naturally live a healthier life. I also am not a supporter of Dan Patrick, by the way. I don't agree with anybody who's trying to ban cannabis or anything like that. In fact, I support Timothy Mabry. But yeah.
That's actually who I confused you for, was Timothy.
Oh, yeah. Timothy's great. I met him. He's definitely supportive of the industry. And I don't believe in supporting anybody who wants to take away anybody's liberties. That includes cannabis. So, but yeah, as far as like, you know, the regulation of things, you know, I think the federal government should just get out of it, right? It's not really, the Constitution doesn't really enable them to deal with that. The 10th Amendment says if it's not enumerated in the Constitution, it's not supposed to be regulated by the federal government. So if they pull that back to the state of Texas, now we can control it locally. Now we could figure out how to deal with it ourselves and not be dictated to by the federal government. The other thing, as far as like education, I was talking with some folks earlier. Roberto was saying, but we were saying, well, what is a good first step? And I think education and knowledge is a good first step, because if people start to understand how safe cannabis is, how many benefits cannabis has, all the advantages that, you know, a cannabis industry has to the state of Texas and to our schools, for example, it's going to become a lot easier for people to support that. I mean, I just watched a story the other day where a baby got into some edibles and ate like a whole massive amount of edibles, and the baby was fine in the end, right? So like even a baby who just OD'd like crazy on edibles still ended up being fine. I mean, it just shows how safe these products are, that nobody ever died from them. I think there's more of a chance, you know, of an Epstein perpetrator being arrested than for somebody to die of cannabis. So.
And that's a long shot right now. Unless we get some great candidates in office to hold folks to the level of high standard and accountability that we need when you're a public servant. Nick, where you at? Yes, you let me know.
This is it. Thank you guys for coming. Seriously, truly, I appreciate it. Next, give them a round of applause, y'all. Next, coming up to the stage, we have Justin Early, Congressional District 31. He is a veteran, a cybersecurity expert. He is right there, yes. And of course, Giggs Hodges for House District 49. That's this local district right here. Take it away.
You're up next on The Price is Right. All right, so we'll probably do a similar cycle of questions. I'm really pleasantly surprised, especially after weeks living on social media with the primaries, that we're able to have a very nice bipartisan conversation and bring folks together. This is so refreshing. Let's do more of this, y'all. It seems to be the only thing that can happen when you have a little bit of THC in your system. But take a moment, introduce yourself. We'll start with you, Giggs. Introduce yourself, the office that you're running for, and what inspired you. Let's put them all together. Introduce who you are, the office you're running for, why it's important to the people of Texas, and what inspired you to run.
Thank you so much for having me. And Nick, everybody, hello. My name is Giggs Hodges. I'm running for House District 49. We are currently in that district. I'm very passionate about this district because members come from all across the state to this district to take away our rights. And I really think that we need to be the ones leading the fight against those attacks. So in 2018, my life completely changed when I did a through hike of the Appalachian Trail. It took me 6 months and 3 days, and on that journey, I found my purpose, myself, a new name, which is where Giggs comes from, and my husband. So I just kept it, and we kept going forward. I went back to school to become an educator. I'm an educator by training, but I really wanted to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline, which then took me to the Capitol because if I really wanted to create the system change that I wanted to see, it needed to be through policy. So I've been there for the past 3 years, and I've worked for 2 freshman members, and I've gotten 13 bills to the governor's desk, over $1 million back to my boss's district. I get how it works, but I've seen it fail multiple times. And I've seen, I am in the Democratic primary, I have seen the Democrats fumble the ball more than once when it has come to standing up and protecting the rights of Texans. And for me, that's just not acceptable. So I am running for that. This is, by the numbers, should be the most progressive seat in the Texas legislature. And I am running to make sure that happens, bringing a lot of strategy and insight to the internal workings of the House Democratic Caucus and using it to really fight for the rights of Texans. Thank you.
I love that. I'm just going to let you know, by the way, since you're representing Travis County, we're in a competition with Bexar County for voter turnout. I don't know if you've seen Dallas and Harris County are going at it, and they're doing real good. We just need to call you out, Travis County. Don't let Bexar County try to show us up, y'all. Now, tell us a little bit about you.
Yes. Hello, my name is Justin Early, and I'm running for Congressional District 31. Congressional District 31 is actually in Williamson County and just north of Travis County over there. I'm running because families like mine are doing everything right, and they're still falling behind. Housing is hard to access, healthcare is getting harder and harder to get to, and the cost of groceries is getting out of control. You know, one of the things that started me on this journey was my parents. So I'm a military veteran, I'm an Army brat as well, and both my parents were in the Army, and they receive over 80% of their monthly income from the federal government. So when we had the DOGE cuts going through and talking about how they can cut the entitlements, that's what my parents earned. That's what my parents used to live. And so if we're talking about taking things for people that have earned them, what else are we talking about taking away from them? And we've seen that since then. So people ask me, what made you want to run for Congress? And I feel like every day is another reason that says I need to run for Congress. The problems we have here in Texas are not just Texas problems, they're United States problems. I'm a cybersecurity expert, and I use the E word loosely because if you know anything about technology, things change every single day. But as far as understanding what the perspective is and how it's utilized or how it's doing to what it's doing to our society, I am an expert, and I do understand that. Our data security policies that we have today are atrocious. Russia has better data security laws than we do for our citizens. I don't think there's anything that we want to say that Russia is better than we are. So to understand where we are and what we're doing, I would love to talk about these kitchen table issues to solve them for people. However, if we do not strengthen our democracy, if we don't take power back from the executive branch, I can't do any of the things I talked about earlier. One of the things that we also I want to focus on is affordability, and that's not only affordability for cost of prices, but that's affordability for your house, your security. That's another thing. So when I started this, I had 3 pillars I wanted to work on, and those pillars were security, dignity, and opportunity. And security is number one, because it's not just border security, cyber security, it's actually security in what you have and security what you're able to do. That's real liberty that we can actually talk about, and that's security in that. Dignity is the second one. We see the things every day that's happening to our fellow citizens, our neighbors, and there's a lack of dignity in our country right now. And the final point is, for a congressional member, your job is to bring dollars back to the district, to provide opportunity, and I want to provide that for real Texans.
This is amazing. Let's talk about the first issue you really want to tackle if elected.
All right. So, I mentioned that a little bit here about, defending our democracy, because I think that's number one. I was fortunate to have an event that was, attended by Gene Wu. He came all the way from Houston to come up here, and he had said, if we don't vote in 26, we're not going to have a 28. And so while I'm an expert in cybersecurity and I want to strengthen our data security laws, while I want to make sure affordability is key to what we're talking about and doing here, the number one thing we need to do is strengthen our democracy. But I believe every Democrat who's running today is going to want to do that. So to distinguish myself separately of that, President Biden had an AI executive order that he had. I would love to take that and put it into an actual law and policy. Because what we're seeing what's happening with AI, it's not just why are they building these systems at such a record pace? Where they're building these systems in our United States, places that have low water, such as Texas, or a shaky power grid, such as Texas. What is the point and purpose of doing that? So we need to make sure we put real regulation around AI. That would probably be the number one thing I do first. To settle that as well, President Trump has said that there needs to be no regulation on AI for states, and that is not how anything has worked. If we talk about marijuana policy, it's a great example where the states themselves are laboratories. We have 50 laboratories to test policy. That is exactly what we're supposed to do. So the federal government should send the floor, and then the states can build up from there to say how we can actually build from that. So I want to make sure that we actually provide real regulation on AI, because how else are we going to help working families against the slide of technology that's taking over?
So there are only 140 days in the legislative session every 2 years. And so we have to tackle every issue within those 140 days every 2 years. And so that I have a lot of different policy positions that I really want to tackle, but I think something that is really doable is doubling the minimum wage. If Florida can do it, I think Texas can do it. And I think that when talking about affordability, raising our wages, not just the minimum wages, but for our caretakers and for our state workers, that we can start seeing a shift in that. But we are also the highest uninsured rate state in the nation, and I think that we can start expanding care. So I'm going to be pushing not only for the expansion of Medicaid, but to change the Medicaid reimbursement rates, because the people who are currently qualified for Medicaid are unable to get care because doctors are not providing care because the reimbursement rates aren't good for anybody, and then ultimately the state of Texas is paying that cost. Those are just, two of the things that we got to get going on.
All right. Y'all are on the same ballot, right? Not the same because you're in different districts, but you're both on a blue ballot. Is that correct? My question is going to be a little bit tougher, especially as it relates to hemp and cannabis. I would like to understand from you, because so often we hear that Republicans are the party of small business. How will you work to protect hemp and cannabis businesses when you're in the legislature and if, God forbid, some of these folks are still coming back after the elections, we're in this battle again? What will you do for hemp and cannabis?
So I want to start, I think part of what my campaign has been based in is the hemp industry. I have people, a part of my campaign, that are from the hemp industry and advocates from the hemp industry. And that is something that I want to carry into the legislature. But being a part and visiting these small businesses and hearing what I can do on my part to uplift them and fight for them in the legislature. Because I was in the legislature during this past, I'm sorry, I forget the bill now, SB3? Ooh. SB3?
Don't trigger my trauma.
Yeah. And it was a bipartisan effort to try to kill the industry, and I absolutely disagreed with it. And I even had conversations with representatives themselves, Republican representatives and Democratic representatives, of how they really were not happy with their votes. And still it was like, well, then why did you vote that way? And so something that I will be doing is one position that I want to have is like the whip of the Progressive Caucus, and making sure that when we are voting correctly and in a way that lifts up small businesses and the hemp industry, so that we can have, House District 49, we have countless cannabis shops in this district, and that is something that I will always be fighting for, but leaning into the expertise of people who are already in the industry to help guide that.
Amazing.
Yeah, so great question. What are we going to do to help, hemp, the hemp industry itself when we get into our, selected areas? So number one, I want to make sure we understand that the reason why there's so much pushback is because of capitalism, mass capitalism, and racism. Sprinkle a little racism in there, right? And so number one, we need to make sure that it's removed, cannabis is removed from Schedule 1. That needs to happen immediately. Secondly, what that can do is then open up Small Business Administration, other funds, other things to do to help small businesses create their business around hemp and the manufacture of, other products within that. Then after that, we can actually reduce the banking regulation as well. So we have the banking allowed to, send commerce and dollars across the states, not just in one state itself. That would help out there then. The other thing that I really want to make sure we can help on and do is not necessarily with the hemp industry, but you had mentioned you want to help break the school to prison pipeline, is absolutely some of these people who are in prison today for cannabis or for selling it or whatever that may be. There is also some penalties on states that have those things. We need to reduce the amount of policing that happens in these people's neighborhoods, and the policing that happens of that, because we're selling weapons, all the things for enforcement, but we're not actually doing things to help them along. So once we help the businesses create, dollars into the businesses, then we can also work on policing to make sure that's not happening as well, because I think a lot of the pushback for allowing the cannabis industry to flourish is the enforcement industry. They're making dollars already on that. So how do we change that? We break that.
You guys have really impressed me with your answers. I'm going to throw one more tough one. This one is hard, it's a little sticky, but I think you guys both have an answer. Often the Democrats are accused of being the party of overtaxation to create a lot of regulation. And we do want to do that. Not create a lot of regulation, but smart regulation. Mm-hmm. Tell me how you plan to look at taxation rates and also support small businesses to achieve all that you've said while also being mindful.
So number one for me is any federal dollar that's given to any business or organization needs to tie itself back to an income of an individual. If the collective, collectively take taxes and we pay into a system, those dollars should then go right back into the collective. If we have businesses who are on the stock exchange or they're billionaire corporations, they should not receive public money, because that public money came from us and it should come back to us. Capitalism is supposed to be cyclical, and if people are holding on to money, then we're not actually moving the money through the system, not flowing. So when we talk about taxation, it's difficult to say a target, but number one is of course the 1%, the billionaires, they need to be taxed appropriately. One thing that I say often is I don't like when Democrats especially say that we need to ask them to pay their fair share. I don't believe that's true. Can I get a fair share of your money in your wallet? Do you mind? Can I get a fair share of that? It doesn't make sense, right? What we're asking them to do is pay what they owe. Billionaires, they're corporations, they pollute the air more than we do, they pollute the water more than we do, they drive the roads more than we do. So if we have to pay for that, I believe that they're the ones who are behind on their payments. So we need to make sure we tax them appropriately. When we talk about small businesses though, if the small business can actually prove that the dollars that they're receiving from the federal government goes to income, that continues the capitalistic cycle continuing on. So that's where we can actually fund putting dollars back into people that come from the collective. Hope that answers the question. There's two parts.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was worried because those tax questions can be real dodgy sometimes. And I'm really loving that you guys are giving answers with substance.
Thank you so much. my expertise is not in tax. So I have been also leaning into tax expert knowledge. I've already been meeting with folks who have expertise in the ways and means areas to better understand, because I'm approaching it with small businesses and renters in mind, because House District 49, we are 58% renter. And when we talk about property taxes, which is like the big one that we always talk about at the legislature, renters are often left out. But I think we need to, again, also, it's with the corporations, but it was a bipartisan effort to pass a wealth tax ban. And that makes it really hard for Texas to have streams of revenue coming in when we're not taxing the people who have the bulk of the wealth in this state. So it does we have the most regressive tax structure, and it ultimately comes back to we are not making smart decisions in the legislature. And that is one reason I want to be the whip, because I'm leaning on experts in the field, but then I'm going to go fight for it in the back halls amongst other legislators to get them to vote in a way that supports small businesses, the hemp industry, our renters, and our workforce. It shouldn't just be falling on our shoulders. And we also have to use it to fully fund our public schools. So there's a lot that we need to be taking care of. And although I don't have a full understanding of the ways and means in the tax process, I am not shying away from it, because I understand that it is through that knowledge that we have the power of the purse, and that we can then bring real results to Texans. So that's
amazing. Nick, how are we on time? Nope, Nick is out with folks. That means I get to take as much time as I want to. I'm actually going to open it up to the audience. Are there any questions from the audience about how the candidates can potentially help the hemp or cannabis industry? Cynthia?
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
One for each of you. You guys
I'm sorry, but we still have the other 2 candidates too, if they want to talk offline.
No, it's all good. So, I forgot your name.
I'm Giggs.
Giggs. Love your outfit.
Thank you.
So my first question for you is, given that most of the people here who are in the hemp space are small business owners, and I looked it up real quick. Florida, I used to live in Florida. Florida didn't double the minimum wage.
Okay.
But my question is, when you try to balance promoting small business and enforcing a wage that they may be able to afford or may not be able to afford, how do you consider the consequences of that? Meaning, in every state where they raised the minimum wage beyond what business owners wanted, businesses have closed and people have gotten unemployed. So the hemp space needs to protect its employees. And my question, I guess, is, do you think that's something the free market should do? Meaning, if Todd, who has a couple of stores, if Todd pays a higher wage, employees will gravitate toward him, or do you believe that everybody should be forced to pay that wage and then the consequences are whatever they are?
I thank you so much for your question and your concern, truly. I, again, go back to I'm always pro small business, and I would not make any decision to hurt small businesses because they are the lifeblood of our communities. But I do think that we are in an affordability crisis, and I think that it is something that we are going to have to navigate, and I think that I will continually lean on the expertise of our small businesses and the people currently in the field. I think that I want to push for a higher wage and understand that it might not be something that we can get to, but I think that it's worth pushing towards, and it is something that we can do collectively together. But right now, people are having a hard time surviving, and especially in Austin, the cost of living is extravagant, and people who work here cannot afford to live here. So there has to be a way forward, and my promise is to work with our small businesses to figure out what way we can go forward to accommodate everybody, but to make progress and make sure that everybody is being uplifted.
So what kind of free market?
It's a great question. And just to make sure that we get it on the mic, the question is if the candidate believes that the free market should be the way that we account for living wages through competition, so that way business owners who are hitting the mark and can afford it can do it, and those that don't survive, or should a wage be set by the state and enforced regardless of consequence? I just want to make sure we capture that. How are you? Oh, Cynthia got more questions. Yes.
Hi.
And then before but before you answer, I'm gonna recap it so we can catch it on the mic. Unless you want to come up. I got you.
So my question is, earlier you made a comment and you said, you were explaining something and you said that the problem that we have, and I apologize, I'm just kind of recapping it, so I may not phrase it exactly the way you said it, but you said the problem that we have in our space is capitalism.
Similar, yes.
Right, capitalism sprinkled with a little bit of racism.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm Hispanic, so I grew up in New York, lived in Miami, and then I moved here, so I'm, I'm up to speed on everything. My question is, when you're talking about the hemp space versus the marijuana space, the hemp space is fully egalitarian, meaning that the opportunity is equal for everyone to get into the hemp space. The marijuana space is completely elitist, meaning you have to buy your way in, there are limited licenses, there's not opportunity for people. I mean, there is, but you have to have a lot of money. You shouldn't get into the business if you don't have the money to support it in the first place. But my question for you is, in your campaign, do you intend to make a distinction between the marijuana side and the hemp side, which operate completely opposite to each other? Because before it was, hemp, cannabis, marijuana, whatever. So my question is, do you still believe that capitalism is the problem in the hemp space, or do you see that the marijuana space is the one that needs correcting?
That is a great question. So, and thank you for reminding me that I was having to recap the question. The question is, we understand hemp and cannabis are two different markets selling the same product. Hemp, because of the licensing fees being $250 right now, and that being a big part of the problem for SB3 and what's being currently proposed with dishes, from $250,000 to $25,000 for each business owner. Hemp is more egalitarian, whereas marijuana, with such extreme licensing fees and definitions, eliminates a free market and open competition, which by default enables more racism. So, exactly, and monopoly is controlled by elitism. How are we going to account for that? Is capitalism the problem in the hemp industry, or is it really a very restricted and elite marijuana market that we need to look at?
So I think the question is a great question, and the short answer is yes, I do. And the reason is because it's not just the players within the hemp industry, it's all the outside forces as well that you have to fight against. Creating, hemp products such as paper, rope, anything else of that nature. Those other industries have more lobbyists, more people fighting against making hemp being a more universal product. So when I say capitalism, it's not necessarily such as the fees to get inside, and racism is not necessarily the allowing of certain people to get inside or not. It's really on the outside influences to prevent those things from happening. So when I talk about capitalism, specifically, it's more of the, like I said, like paper products, other things that are being produced that actually prevent you from having the growth that we can have. If a product such as hemp can be universally used, then it should be universally allowed to be used. The capitalism portion is what stops that from happening. I think, but how do we do that is we, first and foremost, we remove some of the barriers for you allowing for federal dollars to get inside. So the questions you asked of her about,
how does capitalism stop us from doing business?
so other industries that utilize the same products that you're doing, I'm not talking about creating hemp drinks and hemp, even those drinks as well, right? There are beer companies who are definitely, providing dollars to stop states for allowing, the industry to grow. We have the tobacco industry who's putting dollars into that. That is capitalism working on one side, preventing you from doing things on the other side. That's what I'm stating on that nature. I think in order to make a better playing field, if the product is, not proven, but I think we should provide more innovation in the area to grow from that area. If the market is going to allow it to grow, then the other industry should not prevent it from growing in that nature.
So you want to ban lobbying?
I'm
on board.
I think there are too many
I'm
lobbyists.
a lobbyist. I'm on board.
I think there are way too many lobbyists who actually fight for things for their own selfish purposes. We don't have lobbyists for people and what the end result should be or could be. So if the free market was truly a free market, a lobbyist would not be allowed to go in and prevent something from happening. So that is the point I'm saying about capitalism is stopping it. I can pay somebody some dollars to go convince somebody else not to allow a bill to happen in certain states, and that prevents the growth of an industry. That's where capitalism is getting involved. It is more, in my best interest to pay for your downfall than it is to allow the market to go and flourish and then me change my position. We don't see this only in the marijuana industry or the hemp industry or the tobacco industry. We see this almost in every single industry. So outlawing or preventing the causes or the expansion of lobbyists would absolutely help prevent that. So yes, I think the answer is yes for your original question.
And I do have a follow-up question for both of you. Because there is a grave concern often when we push legislation towards the Democrats, they do come back. It was Briscoe-Cain's bill that introduced $25,000 fees, but the Democrats are just as guilty sometimes. It wasn't Briscoe-Cain's. Ooh, I'll have to look into this, y'all. SB3, also with $25,000 fees. I know, but he still kept it in his bill, though. We'll talk about it. Either way, a lot of operators are feeling very sensitive because politicians often say they'll support the industry, and especially has been the case in blue states where they do, however, they charge insane fees thinking that they'll be able to support public works using that and often over-regulate it and kill local small business opportunity while allowing large MSOs to flood states. How are you going to manage all of these complications if elected?
Very carefully. That's the short answer for it. As Giggs has said, I'm not an expert in everything. I want to make sure that I'm getting in a lot of information from a lot of different people. But I think the problem is when we receive money from certain sides of the industry, when we receive dollars to support something, that then clouds your judgment and that prevents you from actually making the best decision for everybody else. One thing I say on the campaign trail is every policy, every page, every paragraph, every period that's written has a human being at the end of it. And if we're doing something to support these people, that should be shown through. If the free market allowed people to buy and sell, their products, if we truly believe in the free market, then we would not provide, regulation for that to happen. But we need regulation for safety. We need regulation for, allowance of smaller businesses to come in for not prevent monopolies. So that should be the reasons we're doing those things, not to prevent an industry from growing.
No, you're good. Would you mind summarizing and re-asking the question,
Yes.
please?
Often when we bring bills before the Democrats, and you've already said bipartisanship is so tough in Texas because they still vote against their own interests. Mm-hmm. When bills are brought forward, there's a lot of jacked up fees. Mm-hmm. There's an allowance of, we can really simplify this too with the teacup program. The expansion of the teacup program really symbolizes this because you have marijuana operators, you have to have a certain level of income, you have to pay a large fee. There are only 15 of them right now. Yeah. We face these issues typically when a state has, and I'm talking about we, the whole collective, in red or blue states, the red hemp states seem to have a more open market. the blue states that create regulation often invite exorbitant fees, over taxation because they want to use it for public works, and then kill small business opportunity while allowing large MSOs, multi-state operators from outside of Texas to flood the state. How are you going to handle dealing with all that nuance and paving a road for hemp and cannabis?
Thank you for restating it. I really appreciate it. I continue to lean on the experts in the field, and I've done that by starting relationships and having people on my team that are very connected to the industries that I care most about, and the hemp industry is one of them. But I think as I was sitting here kind of thinking over the higher wages and small businesses question, that I do think it goes ultimately back to the state, because what I'm hearing from small businesses that it's not the wages, it is the fines, it is the fees that the state is imposing, and those are the things that are really that I am hearing from small business owners, that they're most in jeopardy of closing because of those fines and the fees and what the state is doing and how they are using the TCAP program and how they are benefiting the marijuana companies. While charging, I don't even know, $10,000 to have a picture with the governor. That was a thing for when he did the veto. I think that we have to navigate it carefully, and I think that Texas, we've put ourselves in a bit of a pickle because of our taxation structure, but still working to diversify the why am I blinking? The economy and how we use our money, but we are also being kind of somewhat careless in what we're doing. And so we need to really take a hard look and really question what our motives are here. And that is something I would love to be on the appropriations committee, because I would be relentless. I say thrifty, nifty, and cheap. So how are we spending our money, and who is benefiting from what we are doing to make sure that we are thriving as an economy, but also as individuals in this state?
Amazing.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure okay.
Absolutely. And I think it's important to have the tough conversations. I actually really appreciate Cynthia bringing up those two nuanced points, because if we can't have an in-depth conversation with our candidates before they're in the office, then how can we do it once they're in the office? So I really appreciate thinking through the problem, kind of parsing it out, and then leaning in, we need to talk to the experts who are actually in the field. Appreciate that one. Nick, where's Nick? Still outside? Do we have other candidates who are on the floor? I'm happy to keep this rolling. Yes? Come on. Do you guys have final thoughts, last words?
You can find me at Gigs for Y'all on all the things, the .coms, the Instagrams. I'm happy to continue this conversation. I want to be a leader who is accessible. The Capitol's right here. It's in my backyard, but I want to make sure that I'm accessible to you. Gigs for All. Thank you so much for Nick and for your time, and I really appreciate all y'all.
Thank you, Gigs.
And again, my name is Justin Early. I'm running for Congress in Texas 31, which is just north of you guys in Williamson County. And you can find me online everything is at Vote Justin Early, and my website is votejustinearly.com. It's very important to do because it's going to take all of us, and I need the help of all of us to get there to make sure we have the country that we want to have. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you both. Do we have the Price is Right music? Bum, bum, ba, bum.
So next we got one more. She's going to be solo. We're waiting for Mr. Timothy Mayberry, who is in the car headed over here right now. But we are going to give Dr. Dawn Marshall for U.S. Congress District 10. She's a professor of anthropology, two-year community college, and please come up to the stage. You get some solo time until our other one joins us.
And if another candidate wants to come up too, you're more than welcome to. I'm happy to give a little more extra time. Brayden, if you want to come up. You were just right there.
I know.
Good seeing you again.
All right. Well, we'll have you back up to weigh in on a few more questions. We're going to give a bulk of time to Dawn out of fairness. Dawn, can you introduce yourself? Tell us. We're going to reveal at the end which ballot you're going to be on. I think that's going to be a new approach I'm going to try. So tell us who you are, how you feel about the issues, and then tell us which ballot we can find you on at the end of the whole conversation. So Dawn, for now, just tell us who you are, what inspired you to run, and why the seat that you're running for is important to the people of Texas.
My name is Dawn Marshall. I'm running for the Texas 10th Congressional District. And who I am someone who never thought she would see herself in politics, to be quite honest. I am a 2-year community college professor. I teach anthropology, which is kind of wonky. I think most in here probably know what anthropology is. I've lived in Texas about 25 years. I grew up in the upper Midwest in a town called Madison in Wisconsin. You can hear the accent. Is there another Wisconsinite in here? Oh my goodness. Anyway, so for me, I grew up with a lot of good Protestant work ethic, and did a lot of things. I have been everything from an EMT first responder to a pharmacy technician to a cashier to working on an assembly line. And I am a first generation college graduate in my family. And essentially, I grew up in a very working class blue collar family and with 4 brothers. So that was fun. But for me, my husband and I, after the election, we
And then,
sorry.
This is a good trick for the mic, for the level of distance
like
you should
this?
have. Put like a
Like
fist
this?
between you, yeah,
Okay,
and then
how's
get the
that?
mic a little bit closer.
Here's the thing. I've been to many functions, and every function I've been at, the microphone does not work, and you have to basically put your mouth on it. Not kidding, so I apologize. But for me, it was around, I would say, February, and my husband and I, well, actually January, really, and we saw President Trump get back into office, and we thought, well, how bad could it get? And we hoped, and yeah. So we kept watching, and we couldn't watch it anymore. We started being activists. We still are activists. We go out and we protest at least once a week in a local. I live over in the Bryan College Station area. And we couldn't believe what we were seeing. And so we started protesting, we started being activists, we started working. And for me, it wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. I had to keep going. And I thought, what can I do? Well, somebody actually put a little worm in my head and said, why don't you run for Congress? And I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. And I thought, why not? Why not run for Congress? I think I could do a really good job at this. I know I could do a better job than some, certainly. And so I started looking into it and spent the summer pretty much riding that very, very steep incline there is to learning on how to do this. It's not an easy road, folks. And I think a lot of us really don't want to know how the sausage gets made, to be quite honest. But I was gonna give it a shot. I got some seed money, and I started running. So for me, I have a lot of reasons as to why I'm running, but the biggest reason is because what we're going through is unprecedented. If we don't start doing something about it now, we're gonna lose our country. I firmly believe that. I believe that if we don't start working and working hard and fighting, we will lose our democracy. I think the democracies that we've seen in other countries, it hasn't been that long since they've had dictatorships, totalitarian governments, and they understand the stakes. They know what happened. We've had a 250-year run. We have never had that in this country, and a lot of people don't understand what it means.
I love that you're bringing this element of anthropology into it and looking at other spaces. When it comes to the Texas race, what are some of the core issues that you're focused on?
Some of the core issues, I'm focused on a lot of things. I can tell you that the biggest thing that I find, certainly in the rural districts, is water. The aquifers are getting lower and lower. If you start putting in the data centers, and I get it, you know, the AI is a very powerful tool. It's also very dangerous. I think we need to have some controls on that. But it is a very good tool. I mean, they can actually create a three-dimensional protein in the time that it would take a year in a few seconds. So it's a very powerful tool for science and other things, but we have to remember that it can also be used as a weapon. And it's not a good thing in a lot of ways, so it needs to be controlled. But with regards to the data centers, people are putting the cart before the horse on this, because if you have a data center, it uses 1 million gallons of water a day, and that's a small one. Not to mention the fact, if it's going to use the grid for the power source, now you're looking at increase in electricity and the price of electricity for everybody else. They may get 2-3 cents, where we're paying 40 or 50. You know, well, not that much, but it's an exaggeration. But we're paying a lot more, and that's not right. And you know, I'm all for business. I'm all for supporting business. I am not for supporting conglomerates or supporting those people that are in the process of antitrust laws.
With that, I think we'll segue into more of those industry, especially hemp and cannabis focused questions, and we'll reopen the floor to you as well, Brandon. We noticed a contrast in how we can potentially regulate through hemp, which would be a more open market, or by creating a legal marijuana market, state legal, still federally questionable. My question for both of you is, when it comes to shepherding policy in Texas, how will you balance your approach?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
So the last conversation we talked about, and it's tough because hemp and marijuana are both cannabis, right?
And they confuse it with their definitions, yes.
Yes, and the legal definition, because Texas changed their controlled substances schedule, allows for hemp with THCA. Now we have an open hemp market. Other states have created limited marijuana markets. How are you going to help be a good shepherd to the hemp and cannabis industry? Because hemp, marijuana, it's all cannabis.
It's the same chemical. I mean, it's just simply depending upon, I mean, if you look at the actual structure of the hemp/cannabis, you have something like 430 different constituents that are made up in that. So there's a whole bunch of chemicals going on in there. And I don't know that they've actually broken them all down yet to this point. But in my mind, you know, we have things that are legal, like alcohol and cigarettes and other things that are detrimental to everybody, not only for health, but if you're looking at the market, if you're looking at health insurance, that puts, I mean, if you want to look at it from that perspective, I'm not for insurance per se, but that kind of insurance. But you know, if it's going to pump up the price of health insurance in general because people are utilizing it, and then you're looking at other things that can actually kill people, I think there's a disconnect here. I think that marijuana, hemp, whatever you want to call it, cannabis sativa, these things have been vilified to the point where they are put in this other little category. It started in 1915 in was it not Waco? It was El Paso, actually. That it was made illegal, and it was, and to me, it's like this has nothing to do with the plant itself. It has everything to do with the lobbyists. You look at the alcohol lobbyists. It's one of the reasons it's not legal in Wisconsin, much to my brother's dismay, because he wants to open up a shop himself. But they will not open it up because there's a huge alcohol/beer lobby group there, because they think that if you have this access, for some reason the alcohol prices are going to go down. And there has been no connection to that in most places that I have read. So for me, I think it should just be legal. If you want to put some constraints on it and say, okay, 0.4, 0.3, whatever. But again, open market, let it be legal throughout the United States, period, and let it help some people. This is useful for health-wise. You're looking at it, we've heard before with the person that came up originally to discuss this, and he's right. I mean, you have people that are in severe pain, and they can't get this. You have people that have Parkinson's, they have epilepsy, they have half a dozen other things that can be utilized for these. It's like saying, well, we've got a drug, but we're not going to let you use it because we don't think you should have it. So for me, if you want to shepherd it in, I think it just needs to be made legal federally. Now the question is, can we get it to be done that way? And again, it has to be unvillainized in some way, shape, or form. Because it's kind of like what they did with cocaine and crack, right? If you're looking at the drug wars of the 80s and 90s, and they said, we're going to go against these drugs. The people that were going to jail were not the white people that were using the cocaine, okay, because they were privileged, they had money. It was the folks using crack cocaine because that's what they could afford. And we're talking about apples and oranges. We're talking about those kinds of substances versus hemp and cannabis.
Absolutely. Brendan, the question, and you'll have to trade off. The question is, yes. The question is, how can we be good shepherds for hemp and cannabis and protect an open market or create a very limited market?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So I've kind of thought about this quite a bit because I have heard a couple concerns in the district, right? And so I need to respect those concerns. One of those concerns had to do with driving, right? So some people are like, well, if we legalize, hemp and marijuana, everybody's going to go out on the road and get killed. So first of all, we need to help people understand that being high from marijuana or cannabis is not nearly as problematic as alcohol. It doesn't impact your faculties in the same way. That's one thing. The other two is if we treat it in a similar manner, right, at the state level to say, if you have a sobriety test that's been adjusted for cannabis, and do some kind of physical test in the same way, well, the same laws would apply, right? There wouldn't have to be a lot of adjustments there, so that would help to reassure people. The other thing is some people have concerns about smell or something like that, but I don't think a lot of people understand there's so many like edibles and drinks and other products that have nothing to do with smell, and they can still have the same kinds of no smoking rules that they have at the state level as they did before, so they don't have to worry about that. I think just allowing people to do things that they want to do at home and protecting their home life, I think will reassure a lot of people to say, okay, if you go out in public and do something crazy, okay, and then maybe the state could do something, but at home there should be no control over that. And I think that's one reason why the Stand for Health Freedom organization endorsed me as a candidate, is because they know I will always stand up for the freedom of Texans with regards to cannabis use. I do believe in legalization at the federal level because like most of the information about cannabis is a flat out lie. I mean, it is a lot of lies, and I think a lot of it stemmed from the Reefer Madness videos they would show in schools and stuff like that, and it brainwashed people into that. But like Don was saying, the alcohol lobbyist industry is funding a lot of the campaign efforts to try to stop the legalization of cannabis because it does act as a competition, a healthier alternative at that to alcohol. But also there's also the pharmaceutical industry that wants to monopolize the control of the medicinal value of cannabis, and they don't want people having direct control and access to the medicinal benefits of cannabis, and so they don't want it to be legal either. And then the third industry that tends to want to lobby is the private prison industry, because they want more people incarcerated so they have more money there too. So again, there's a lot of big money everywhere that wants to keep marijuana and cannabis illegal. And I think as long as we continue to put the emphasis on education, awareness, and help people to understand the value and benefits of cannabis, naturally the education will pave the way and people will start to lighten up about it.
Thank you. It's really refreshing, to be very candid, to hear a Republican candidate talk about the prison pipeline very openly and acknowledge the issues. So I want to give you props for that. My next question is for both of you. When it comes to supporting the Teacup program, while still empowering hemp businesses in Texas? How do you intend to maintain balance?
Go ahead, you got it.
I think we have to just listen to the industry, right? I would like to talk with all the hemp businesses and ask them what they would like us to do, and then talk to the hospitals and ask them what they would like to do, and then try to find a happy balance in between. I can't say I would have the perfect solution yet without having to talk with everyone and see, but I would tell you that I would definitely want to maximize the freedom for the individual and for businesses to make sure they have as much power as possible. Because I think if small businesses are healthy and the individuals get what they want, at the end of the day, I think we're in good shape.
Can you say that again, please?
Yes, so the Teacup program, the Texas Compassionate Use Program, which is the medical program, has 15 licensees who will be opening up shop over the next 2 years. Those ones have a little more leeway as far as production and sales when it comes to cannabis. Hemp operators right now are under threat, and the question often seems to be at the legislature that they've expanded medical marijuana access, so hemp operators aren't really necessary or are unregulated, which isn't an accurate statement. How do you plan to support the Teacup program, if you support it, while also protecting small business owners in the hemp space?
I would say I do support that. I support the fact that it needs to be.
And then can you move it just a little bit higher?
I'm sorry, I can't do this right. Okay. I support compassionate care, definitely. There are too many people that are suffering. They don't need to suffer. But the thing is what I don't understand is why don't they have to get it from the hemp sellers in the first place? I mean, to cut out that entire, they're already established, they're already there. Why not have them use what's already there and have them not regulated, but have them licensed to be able to give it to them? Why we're making that step and going over them, to me that just sounds like there's money involved. So in my mind, I think they would have to why not have an open market and say, okay, everybody gets to compete for these contracts? I mean, why not?
Why not, Texas? I want to ask the audience if there are any final questions before we open the floor. We've got our last candidate. Yes. Any final questions from the audience or any final words from the two of you?
I have a couple of questions. Both of you are running for congressional offices, correct?
That's correct.
My first part, do you support the legalization of cannabis on a statewide level and have the state operate their own system, or have the federal government control the marijuana and cannabis industry?
I think that given what states have done thus far, I think that's the problem, right? If you have one state that says this and this state say that, now if you cross state lines, it's a problem any way you look at it. I think it should be at a federal level. I don't think that the state should get to say, it's kind of like abortion. I don't think it should be at the state level either. That's ridiculous. I think it should go back to Roe v. Wade, but that's neither here nor there. I think that at some point, we have to get our ducks in a row and be able to have legislation that's going to be consistent with each state. Now, I understand each state is different, and there are a lot of things that we can keep at the state level. But I think for this particular issue, I mean, we have alcohol, it's pretty much all the way across the board. There are some dry counties, but you see what I'm saying. I think that they should have the same rules and the same legislation. And if you keep it up to the states, you won't have that. And certainly there are people that are gonna fall through the cracks. If you have people that are in pain and they've got to drive 100 miles to get their medicine, which I know there are some people that do that, okay? That's why. Why are we doing this? Why don't we make it easier for our citizens to not suffer?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question, and actually Don brought up another point that I thought was very important, and that is there's 34,000 pages in the United States Code, and one of the reasons why so many things are federalized is because businesses in one state have a trouble like aligning with the business in another state, and so they're trying to like go from state to state and state and try to comply with all these rules. And so what they ended up doing is they make a law at the federal level. So I thought about that, and I think one of the potential solution for that is to create not a federal law, but a federal standard, right? So, or a national standard. And the idea, in my mind anyways, is that if you have kind of a common way of looking at the problem and maybe some tiers to look at it, and you have national standards, not obligatory, not in law, right? But standards, and then each state can opt in to choose to comply with those standards. And now a business now just has to follow that standard and is now essentially able to do business across every state that complies with that standard, right? So if you have a really good standard that makes sense, now you don't have to have a federal law. Each state still has all the power and control at the local level, but they can also adhere to a standard and simplify a lot of the complexities with doing business across state lines. But as far as, do I support legalization at the state level? Yes, absolutely. I support legalization at all levels. I want to protect the freedom of the individual and individual business to have the maximum control to decide how they want to sell their products. I do believe in disclosure, you know, and proper consent, you know. If people are expected to buy a product, they should know what's in the product, how it was made. And this is particularly important when it comes to synthetics that might have chemicals or different kinds of solvents through the process of converting from, say, Delta 9 to Delta 8, for example. You know, people will want to know what's in their products they buy. So I do believe that in order to have a truly free market system and be able to trade fairly and be safe, people have to have good knowledge of what's in their products. So that's something that could be done at the state level, but I definitely want to get the federal government out of it.
It seems like both of you are kind of in agreement that there should be some sort of federal standard to carry out all the process. With that being said, here in Texas, the Department of State Health Services, they are in that review process of determining whether or not to increase those licensing fees from $200 to now either $22,000 or $25,000, depending on what level of supply chain you want. With that in mind, what you just said of a federal standard, what should the federal standard be when it comes to states and their licensing operations and their licensing processes?
I think that the licensing fees should be fair market. Without knowing how much it costs for some things like getting a alcohol license, per se, I don't understand why they're going up that high. Because all that does then is it just simply constricts your small business. I mean, if you want small business to expand, you don't start making them pay more money for a piece of paper. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one of the things that would be really good to see is if they could make this legal, bring this out to the rural areas. The rural areas are dying in a lot of ways. We have got a lot of people who are who've lost their farms, or they're losing their farms, or they've had to sell their farms, so you don't have a family farm anymore. And if they could actually diversify into something like this, that would get them money, right? That could actually save their towns. We've got towns that don't have health care. We've got towns that have no schools. Bedias is in my section. I don't know if you know this, but the 10th district goes from Austin all the way over to San Jacinto, Trinity, and Polk counties, and a whole bunch in between, okay? Austin itself has been gerrymandered to death, Travis County. I don't think I even know where it is, to be quite honest. I've had to go down and by street, okay?
It's like navigating traffic in the city.
It's try navigating in Mexico City. And the fact of the matter is if we want to promote small business and we want to get rid of these people who have got these huge conglomerates that are billionaires that have nothing to bring them in, to rein in their power, then what are we doing? I think what we need to remember is that this country was made by small business and by people, and if we continue to stomp on that, and say, okay, now we've got all of these media markets, right? And you've got 4 people, maybe 3, 4 people who own all the media. I don't know if any of you watch Colbert. I'm sure some of you do. And I think, I can't remember the other guy that did this, in which they had like all these little windows up, right? And it had all the news stations, all the affiliates all over the country. And they all had the same transcripts. They all had the same. What are we getting here? We're not getting news anymore. There's no such thing. This is the problem with AI. This is why they introduced AI. I know I'm getting off the subject, I'm sorry. But it all kind of ties together in that, you know, people are taking their eye off the ball. And if we take the eye off the ball in small business, then we're missing the point. I mean, they brought up the whole thing about how are you going to protect small business if you raise the minimum wage. There are ways to do that, folks. There are tax incentives, there are subsidies, there are ways to actually protect the small business person and still pay people a reasonable wage. Because if we don't start doing that, we're losing America. America was built by the middle class, folks. And unless we put that middle class back, we're lost. We're all going to be, I think somebody said it earlier, the haves and the have-nots. The very, very poor and the very, very rich, and nothing in between. Tallarico said it's not about left or right, it's about top and the bottom. He's not wrong. Okay? So to charge that much money, to bring it back to the point you were asking, I apologize, to bring it back to that point, no, they should not be allowed to charge that much. I think there needs to be consistency, because if you start gouging them out, now you're just doing, now people are getting money from somewhere. It's all about the money. Follow the money.
Yeah, so as far as like a national standard, I shouldn't even use that singularly, because really you can have multiple national standards, right? You can have standards that work with certain types of states, right, that tend to lean in a certain direction, and other standards that work with other types of states that lean in a different direction, right? But the idea is the higher you go up, you know, whether you go to a national standard or constitutional, you know, Bill of Health Rights, for example, the more generic the standard should become, so that you allow flexibility for the states to decide what kind of pricing structures they want, what kind of tax structures they want. So what I would recommend, and this is obviously something that would need to be collaborated with everyone to be involved to make sure any kind of standard makes sense, is that you have the standards focus on definitions, right? Defining what means what, right? Not dictating how a state does things, right? You define standards in terms of, you know, what qualifies as intoxication, right? What qualifies as cannabis? What qualifies as marijuana? And try to build all those kind of definitions in. And then at the state level, when you do something more specific, like a specific tax rate or a licensing fee, now you can refer to those standards to help kind of keep a national cohesiveness in that regulation. But like when I was in Montana the other day, and they had basically different tax tiers, right? So they would have like a different tax rate that would be passed off to an individual that would buy a product, you know, as an individual versus somebody that was buying it for medical purposes. So they had different like measuring tax tiers. So not even like a big, large, massive $25,000 business fee, but even just generic, you know, tax rates that are based on the individual. And if you're kind of basing it on individual tiered tax rates, you're not penalizing the business at all. It's the user that's really deciding how much taxation they're willing to pay. But if I had a choice, I'd say I'd let somebody grow it in their backyard even. But I definitely think standards at the national level help, but letting the state ultimately have the full power and control of deciding, you know, how it wants to regulate it.
Thank you both. Any final words or thoughts? No?
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say, you know, just like the Stand for Health Freedom, you know, believes in giving you ultimately your health back. I mean, I will always stand up for your right to decide what you do with your own bodies, and that doesn't just mean cannabis. That means other products as well. I believe that these plants, these products, these things are all created by God, right? So they're not evil, they're not wrong. They have medicinal health benefits, therapeutic benefits. And I think the more Texans start to look into it and analyze and understand these things, they're gonna be excited about the benefits that cannabis has to offer. So But I just, if you are in the 10th district and you're a Republican, I recommend you go to brandonhobaker.com, or as always, you can email me directly anytime and I'll respond, or you could find me on X or Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final thoughts, huh? I guess for me, I am someone that is going to go to Congress and do something. And I'm not going to do it because I want a title. I'm not doing it because I think it's a cruel job, all right? It's not. It's a thankless job, I'm going to tell you. And I understand that. I understand it's hard work. And I'm willing to put in the work. And I'm willing to fight for what my district would like. If my district would like to have cannabis, which I agree with wholeheartedly, I will do that. I will push it forward. If they don't, I don't know that I could vote for it. It would depend upon what my constituents want on whole, right? On the other hand, I think that if you want a candidate that's going to be willing to listen, that's going to come back to the district, that's going to actually be in their office from time to time, as opposed to our late, great incumbent, then I would ask that you vote for me. Again, my name is Dawn Marshall, and I'm at texasneedsdawn.com. And if you want to contact me, reach out. I'm happy to talk about anything you want to talk about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both. Thank you. And we are going to bring our final candidate up to the floor, Mr. Timothy Mabry, who is running for Lieutenant Governor. Nick?
Yes, and thank you. This is our final. I want to highlight Timothy's race in particular because Mr. Mabry is very bravely going against a lieutenant governor who has, by all accounts, I've talked to independents, conservatives, liberals, pretty much everyone agrees that this guy is not on the same page with his voters. He is very much beholden to big interests. And personally, for me and my politics, I don't think this and a lot of issues are red versus blue, Democrat versus Republican. It really comes down to who cares about their constituents and who's taking big money donations. And I think Dan Patrick is an excellent example of a politician who has lost his way a long time ago. He's been in power for far too long. Feels that the Senate chamber is really his to control with an iron fist, and he's not open to debate or kind of reasonable discussion on topics, changing his worldview. It's really his way or the highway, and that's why I'm really, really happy that Timothy is running here and has come and is trying to take over that office. So.
Let's do this. What a tall task running on the Republican ticket against an incumbent like Dan Patrick with a war chest like Dan Patrick. How are you doing?
I am blessed and unstoppable.
All right, blessed and unstoppable. Timothy, we'll start with one of the first questions that we had earlier. And by the way, Timothy's also a Navy veteran. I am an Air Force veteran, so thank you for your service. It's good to have another veteran here. Even though I would be on a totally different ticket, I'm really happy to see you here and have a more open conversation where we can bring folks together across all lines. So thank you.
Well, thank y'all for having me here.
Yes, and anyone's better than Dan Patrick, right, friends? Amen.
I wouldn't say anybody. I'm pretty sure we could find someone worse.
I don't know
Ken
how much.
King.
Yes.
Just saying.
Ken King?
Yes. Or Charles Perry. Or
Charles Perry,
Perry.
I'll agree. Ken King, I don't mind Ken King so much. We'll have to dish on this. He listened to feedback during the session, came back with a bill that wasn't SB3, but we'll get lost on Ken King. We'll talk about that one offline. I want to hear about your campaign right now. Tell me, one of our first questions was who you are, introduce yourself. Tell us why the lieutenant governor position is so important to the people of Texas, for those who are unaware, and what inspired you to run.
So For those of you who don't know, just in here, I'm Timothy Mabry. I'm a 6th generation Texan. I am the only one in this race who is actually born and raised here in Texas. We have Dan Patrick from Baltimore, Maryland. There's a lady from California, and then we have from Sri Lanka. And I'm literally the only one who understands Texas. And right now in Texas, we're losing our values. We're losing who we are. It used to be you drive down the road and we had a one hand on the steering wheel and 2 fingers would go up. And it's like, howdy, hey, how you doing? It was common courtesy. Now you drive down the road and you get the middle finger. Like, we're slowly losing our way, and it's showing. Where it used to be Southern hospitality, now we're infighting. Now it's you suck, you're the devil. Can we just say both parties right now suck equally? And start getting it back to, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a Texan first and foremost. We had to have some damn common sense back in. And the lieutenant governor position is by far the most powerful in the state of Texas. Everyone thinks it's the governor. That's why you have like 10 or 12 people running for governor, and only 4 of us on the Republican side for lieutenant governor. It's very small, but people don't realize how much power the lieutenant governor has, because the lieutenant governor sets the policies and what we get to see in the order. So they set the calendar, they set the committees, the chairs of the committees. And when the governor is not in session, or the governor is not here, the lieutenant governor steps up. The lieutenant governor is also in charge of the legislative audit committee. So if you want to know where waste, fraud, and abuse comes from, and who can control that, lieutenant governor. We've watched Texas go downhill in the past 12 years. And I've asked people around the state, have we gotten better? And the answer has always been, heck no. We're slowly declining. And we can't keep up with it. We keep having stupid bills that don't matter. The first bill that got passed last session was to rename the New York Strip to the Texas Strip. Did y'all hear about that one? A frickin' state. Yet our 35 is always under construction. We're having a water crisis. And yet the top bill for the first 89th legislative session is a frickin' steak. I equate that to the French Revolution of let them eat cake. Instead of this one, let them eat steak. Who can afford that nowadays?
I love this. This is going to be a really refreshing conversation. I'm going to keep the mic in my hand because I think we can bounce off of each other. It's refreshing to hear a Republican with so much criticism for his own party in the way that things have been done to this point, and something that a lot of disenfranchised voters on the Republican side are struggling with, perhaps not showing up to the poll because they think things will never change. Can you share with us how you would help the Republican Party to identify what still makes up Texas, what's at the heart of Texas, while also progressing with the times?
That's a really great question. So when you look at Texas and you look at our government, it's dinosaurs. So when I look at it, I start singing Barney. Instead of Barney, it's like, oh, Dan Patrick is a dinosaur. Time to get the hell out of here. But this is the mentality. It's like we have a whole bunch of dinosaurs. We have a whole generation who is in charge. The boomers have been running literally this country for the past 30, 40 years. And nothing's getting better. We're all chasing the tails. And when you look at cycles, when you look at histories of nations, 250 years. That's the average life of a country. When they typically hit that point, they've either fallen or they're about to collapse. And when you look at every single point of a civilization that's collapsed, we are at that. We are knocking on the door. I did a speech yesterday, and I said, the bell's being rung to unite Texas, to unite America. Because if we don't unite right now under the banner of Texas and America, we're going to lose the state. We're going to lose this country. And the common enemy isn't left or right. It's corruption. And the corruption is not just in America, it's world. We have a global agenda that makes us want to all fall in line. And we're seeing is a bunch of pedophiles, a bunch of individuals who are selling us out to the highest bidder. It's not a good governance. It's about, how much more status can I get? How much more money can I get out of this? And it's off the backs of the people. Part of my career was I was in the fire department. I spent a decade fighting fire, saving lives, and I was a lieutenant. One of the most messed up things that I got told by one of my captains early on It was right after our assistant chief got cancer. He was struggling with cancer and was getting ready to die. He ultimately passed. And during that time, my captain sat us down and said, we as firefighters, we're most likely going to die 10 years younger than the general population. Most likely, you're going to get some form of cancer. Most likely, you're going to get a major injury. We're going to have a surgery at least once in your career. You're most likely going to get divorced. And when you retire, you may retire comfortably. You may retire at a status quo if inflation doesn't get out of hand. Being a young man, I'm looking at that and said, what the heck am I getting into? I got into this to serve people. I got in the fire department because when I was in 6th grade, I watched my neighbor die in a house fire. And I watched my dad, we thought he went in to go save her. So for about 10 minutes, my brother and I were just screaming, thinking our dad went in to go save our neighbor. And we thought he had passed too. And that's one of the reasons I got in the fire department. So I got in there to serve people, not because... Godzilla?
Remix.
But that's why I end up getting the fire service. It's always to serve people. It's never been, what can I get out of it? What can someone give me? It's how can I give back and to help people? And now I'm seeing our state's on fire. It's burning. And people like Dan Patrick are pouring gasoline on the fire. And you have people on the outside saying, hey, hello, our state's burning. We need help. Let's call 911. Like, nothing to see here. Shut up. Go away. Here's some alcohol. Go drink yourself stupid. We can't keep this up.
So you brought up the A word, alcohol, not the other A word for some of these incumbents you're referencing. But I'm curious when it comes to hemp and cannabis as an alternative to alcohol, what have you seen and what would you support in the legislature if elected lieutenant governor?
So I have seen more fatality and injury accidents from alcohol than I have with any other substance. I can't tell you how many lives I've seen taken because of alcohol. One of my part-time jobs, I actually used to be in what's called a public safety unit, or nicknamed Drunk Tank, in downtown San Antonio, right next to Haven for Hope homeless shelter, which I worked at for a short time. So I got to work with the individuals who were intoxicated, with the individuals who were under different substances. And I can tell you, those who were on alcohol were always more aggressive. They were angry. And that's who majority we saw. But yet, right now, we're seeing individuals getting paid off by alcohol lobbies and pushing those agendas. And yet, a plant that we have an endocannabinoid system built into our bodies is being criminalized. And my journey for this is, a year and a half ago, I was on the same page as most Republicans. I thought cannabis, weed, sticky icky, whatever you want to call it, devil's lettuce, what we called in the fire department, I thought it was a bad thing. Then I started getting involved with an industrial hemp company who is working to get industrial hemp throughout the United States. And I started to learn that you can make over 40,000 different products with it. You can heal the land. What the cannabis plant, what the hemp plant can able to pull out of the ground, can pull out the hazardous chemicals. We have farmland throughout Texas and throughout the United States that when it gets tested by the FDA or the USDA, hey, guess what? That land is now deemed poisonous, and those farmers are forced to give up the land. But the hemp plant, within 10 years, can completely heal that land to back to where it once was, and even make it stronger. I started going through that realm. I started to see, why did it get criminalized? Where did this come from? I started to see back in the 1920s, there was a fear campaign. And that here in Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, Hispanics were growing it. African Americans in Louisiana were growing it. But then the government said, guess what? We want to make some money off of y'all. They partnered with alcohol industries. They partnered with big industry, oil, and at that point, the paper mills. They came together and they said, we're going to create a fake campaign on how to villainize this. So they targeted specific minority groups, created this whole fear of, we're coming for your kids, we're coming for your women, hide them. Oh, and it's this group of people. And this is the plant. So they used racism and then lying and fear-mongering tactics to villainize and criminalize the plant. And now they keep pushing this agenda. Individuals like Dan Patrick, this is how they grew up. They grew up in that prohibitionist era of if you don't like it, criminalize it, get your ass in jail, and let's profit at the same time. So I want to bring good governance and this common sense back in of evaluate what is going on for face value, not just what you're telling me. I'm going to do a dive into it myself and then create my own opinion. And this is logical. And if it's logical, okay, let's set parameters. Let's make it to where we're not going to get sold out. Let's make it to where select people don't profit off of it at the expense of the people. So it's putting that type of legislation in place and to make sure people are heard. Because in the Republican Party, 2/3 of Republicans actually want this plant to be legalized, or at least not criminalized. 2/3 of the Republican base of who Dan Patrick is supported by. And they got to see how nasty this man is. I got a text message last night from a guy who's running for Congressional District 21, and he said, bro, when you get elected, I'd like a position. It's like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm hearing on my campaign, anybody but Dan Patrick, anybody but him. And then we're looking at it, it's like, well, Timothy Mabry. Okay, let's go for that. So word is getting out, and I can tell you they're terrified.
Yeah, I am obviously this election season, if you look at any of my content, I'm leaning blue, guys. I tend to be a moderate. I'm a mediator by trade. That's how I lobby on both sides of the aisle. And I'm really impressed, actually. It's rare that you hear a Republican candidate. You'll hear it from the constituents all day that there is some racism involved in this and how marijuana and hemp were made illegal. And it is refreshing to hear you directly address that and elevate and move the conversation to the next step, which is, what are we actually going to do about this instead of arguing about the true history of it? My question for you now is, if you became the lieutenant governor and you were setting the agenda for the ledge, how would you balance representation for all folks, even those you disagree with?
We have to have a fair and equal shake. So what I mean by that is, as lieutenant governor, I'm going to set top priorities. And the top priorities is what's actually going to move the needle. So renaming a stake, renaming a bathroom, or different landmarks, that's going to go to the end of the list. I don't care about that stuff because we're having infrastructure crumbling, and we have just a lot of stupid infighting. Most people don't care about, okay, who's going to their bathroom. They may not agree with it. They have an opinion. But at the end of the day, they want to be able to live their life, not go to jail. They want to be able to drive down the road and not be stuck in 2 hours worth of traffic just as you go 5 miles down the road. We have a water crisis. So it's starting to put those as the top priority. And then if there's somebody we don't agree with, okay, we hash it out. Now in Texas, did you know that back in the old days, in the 1800s, they'd go fight it out. They would have a disagreement on the floor. They would go to a bar, they would get drunk, and then they would fight. And they'd go back, they'd get the situation resolved, and then they'd go back and vote. They got their beefs out that way. Now it's a whole bunch of he said, she said, oh, my feelings hurt. When you're in the midst of it, you have to get logical. Because when you get emotional, you're not thinking logically. You're going to make very brash and rash decisions that you're going to regret later. That's why we see a lot of our elected officials having to eat crow, like, well, that wasn't a good idea. I made a really bad choice. Yeah, because you got emotional. You weren't going based off of logic. And you were also doing what your lobbyists told you to do. You were telling what your handlers were trying to tell you, hey, you need to do this. No. And that's why for me, I'm very, very hesitant to accept money from any organization because I've seen what goes on behind the doors. Most of these contracts, I don't know if y'all knew, they have strings attached. A friend of mine is going for railroad commissioner. He's turned down several $1 million in contracts because they said you couldn't talk about water, you couldn't talk about certain things. Oh, and you have to do this, and you have to do that. Like, it's very strict. So whenever you're watching somebody get an endorsement or getting money from these big PACs, just know there are things that they can't talk about. There are things that they must do for the vested interest of that group. And if they don't do that, not only can that money get pulled, they can get sued. And they're liable for every single thing. So I'm hesitant with that stuff because my allegiance is the people of Texas. And right now in this race, I am the only one with young kids. So every single policy that I set in place, we have to live with. My daughter, after my first legislative session, will be her first year in kindergarten. So every single thing that we do, we have to see through it. I'm not going to be dead in 5 years, like our current lieutenant governor might be. Who knows? He's old. But this is where we have to have younger people to come in and take the reins. Like, look, grandma, grandpa, great-grandma, great-grandpa, please, for the love of God, all things holy, sit down, retire, enjoy your grandkids for once. They want you. The people of Texas no longer want you.
We're getting laughter from the crowd. You're on fire. I think if I'm going to endorse any Republican for lieutenant governor, I want to look in your record a little bit more, but you're looking like you're getting my endorsement over here.
I don't hide anything.
Nick,
so.
do we have time for one more question or any final thoughts?
One more final thought.
Timothy, you're very outspoken. You really know who you are and what you stand for. I'm curious, you've heard us talk about how the hemp industry is really being targeted, and you know very well how it's been targeted. I think the people in the audience and those who will be watching online would be curious to learn how you plan to advocate for hemp and cannabis in a way that no other lieutenant governor has, and how you plan to protect small businesses and put them ahead of corporate interests.
Common sense and logic, because let's break the numbers down real quick. Right now, there's 55,000 jobs in Texas, 8,000 small businesses. Now, Danny Patrick tried to get rid of that industry completely. So he tried to shut all of y'all down. Now, here's the cost that nobody's put pen to paper on. If they did that right now, $600 million in annual tax revenue would go out the window. And unemployment would cost roughly $700 million. That's totals of about $1.3 billion immediately of a negative impact. And we're not even discussing the costs it would be if we put these people in jail. And we're also not discussing the negative impact of the GDP on those companies and businesses defaulting. We were putting pen to paper the other day, and we're roughly estimating between $5 and $10 billion of a negative impact if the companies were to shut down because they can't pay their loans back. That's huge. The lieutenant governor is supposed to have good damn governance. You're supposed to do what's best for the people, best for the economy, and that doesn't sound like that. That's not conservative. That almost sounds like communism right there. Like, hey, you know what? Let's take from the poor, give it back to the rich, and let's put them in jail. So one of the things that I will do is I want to make it to where it's no longer you're no longer a criminal for it. And I want to ensure that if you have a criminal record on this, on anything with cannabis, that it gets expunged, that you get released out of jail and that record's expunged, because you deserve a better shot, especially for the veterans, the first responders, the individuals who want to use these products besides frickin' pharmaceuticals. My wife sent me a video actually just today, and it was showing it how our bodies can naturally process out any toxins that are found in the cannabis plant. So there's always some type of byproduct. It can filter out those byproducts, but our bodies can't filter out all the stuff in the pharmaceuticals. And that builds up in our bodies. That causes us to get cancer and other sicknesses and diseases. So the big pharma is truly poisoning us. So this is an alternative. I want to see it to where now it's being descheduled to Schedule 3, to where, hey, you can go and pick it up in the store just like you are right now. Consider it like a drugstore. Because one, the teacup program is a complete sham. I want to get it audited, and if you have any ties in the federal government or the state government to these programs, you no longer can serve in that panel. I do want to make a point. Our entire state government, right this moment, now this one might get me in trouble or silenced for this. They are all in direct violation of state law and federal law. You cannot have a direct hand in benefit in any legislation that you pass. But you know what they have a benefit in? Retirement. So did you know that the state of Texas is heavily invested in an opioid distributor called McKesson? And that the moment SB 3 was introduced, McKesson stock shot up. And every single day that I got closer to Sign or Die by Governor Greg Abbott, it was rising. And then the moment Governor Abbott vetoed it, McKesson stock dropped. I was being shown this in real time, and you can go back through my testimony on SB 3. Actually, I think it was SB 5, one of the special sessions, and I called them out on one of the Senate committee when they did it at the last minute. When they didn't do the 24-hour notice, I testified on that, and I called them out on it. And they cannot look at me in the eyes because they know they're in violation. Now, a little fun fact, if anybody's listening to this, you can take that information, do a deep dive on research, and you can actually strip every single one of their diplomatic immunity out the window. And you can also sue them civilly. Because as a state official...
Sky Marketing, are you listening? No.
So as an elected official, So as an elected official, you have immunity. And as a candidate right now, I can make up some outrageous lies about anyone, anything. And it's perfectly legal. Within 45 days of an election, you can make up any lie. And we can't be held accountable for it. But our officials have that same immunity all year round, except when they violate laws, when they have a direct conflict of interest like that. This is information that was brought to me last year during the session. And I was told by the individual who brought it forward, he's done it. He's done it to select officials before, had their immunity stripped away, and you can do that through a federal court. There's a way through our laws to do that.
Tips, guys.
Basically, this is that good governance we must bring back. We must hold our people accountable no matter what.
Absolutely. That was incredibly valuable. I consider myself fairly well versed on what happened this past ledge, and I wasn't fully spun up on that. And I wonder who shorted it. So thank you so much, Timothy. I want to give you a chance to just share your last thoughts in under 2 minutes, because I know we got to get to 4:20, and then we all got to get over there. Happy 4:20, guys! Right now? What timing? Oh, there we go. We're getting to 4:20, and then we're going across the street to vote. So final thoughts?
It's time we get some damn common sense back in Texas government. It's time to get young people in who are saying, I'm sick and tired of the status quo. I'm going to do what's right no matter what, and that they refuse, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, to take money from foreign entities, to put Texas first, and to have some damn common sense. Because common sense is no longer common. We have to start rooting that back and remembering who we are. Texas is a state that is known throughout the world. You can say, oh, I'm from Michigan. People don't care. You're from Texas. Oh, you're from Texas? Really? Yeah, because we have a culture. We're badasses here. We don't give a crap. We're rough and tough, and we don't take shit off of anybody. That's Texas. And yet we are being sold out. So elect people in, like myself, who are ready to go take the fight, and we don't give a crap. Like I said, I'm working to take down every single one who's corrupt, because this is a time we have to do. We can't stand by and just let it happen, because either you sit idly by and let something happen and you're complicit to it, or you stand up, you speak out, and you're willing to take the fight to them, no matter the personal cost. So here I am. Love me, hate me. I'm going to do what's best for Texas.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it back to Nick. Thank you all for listening. And Nick, thank you for curating a space with such intelligent conversation from both sides of the aisle, and folks who bring questions that really get the wheels turning. I want to give you your flowers as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys for coming. We couldn't have done it without you. Without further ado, it is 4:20. It's happy hour time. We have fantastic drinks powered by plants right over here. Today is National Margarita Day. And remember, you can get THC margaritas. Those should be the default. They're better for you. They're delicious. They're awesome. He's got several different strains, a relax, a social, uplift, whatever you're looking for. Try that margarita. They're really, really good. We're going to have that bar open for the next 2 hours pretty much. So grab a drink. share one with your preferred candidate. Come up here, take a photo op if you like. Thank you guys for coming. Please enjoy the bar. Thank you, Brian, for coming out, serving us some delicious drinks. I'm really excited for that. So I won't hold you guys up any further.